Hello. I don't want to waste a lot of your time, so here is a little recommendation that comes from the bottom of my soul. Right now, close this video and never go back to it again. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. This viewing or listening experience is not going to be good. The quality of recordings is awful. I was doing them under different circumstances in different environments using different devices, and never I was using any microphones. I was always using my telephones or maybe laptop. So, well, it's bad. Not to mention that the thing itself inside this recording, the speech itself, has a bad quality. I mostly was just retelling things without much analysis. I was doing a lot of mistakes about my judgments of this book. I was reading it for the first time, and my English at the moment was quite mediocre. So I really, that's my honest recommendation. Don't go there. But if you do, keep in mind that if I said something strange, something rude, something vulgar, I don't know, maybe I was under this influence of the book, maybe I was joking from perspective of some characters using their own logic. Maybe I just did some mistakes because it was hard for me to speak English and think at the same time. So, yep, don't judge about me as a person because of these recordings, okay? They are just there for the sake of memory, for the sake of just keeping them somewhere in one place so that it wouldn't just disappear. Because I want to remember the things, where I started, and other things. So I mostly that's it. Okay, if you're still here after 3 minutes or almost 3 minutes of murmuring without any scenario, prepared text or anything of this kind, I am sure I cannot stop you anymore. So do what you want. That's your free will. You can use it as you want. Goodbye. Uh, so Richard was going home. He was tired, but he was kind of dizzy. He had no idea where he was going. At some point, one large man get near him, uh, grabbed him on his shoulders and asked, "Are you Richard?" And his surname that I don't remember, that it doesn't really matter. He's just a main character. Why would I know his surname? Uh, and right after his yes, he got uh, punch right punch head on the face. He was knocked on the ground. After that, he got another punch under his ribs, and this man said, "You, if I will see you again with this girl, uh, I'll kill you." After that, he left, and Richard was. It took him quite a time to get on his legs. Uh, After that, he headed home. When he woke up, he was wondering why no one said him that it's when he woke up, he was wondering why no one said that it's so late, because it was after 10 p.m. or something like that. But when he take a look on the mirror, It was quite obvious. He had a black eye, and all his face was a mess, like as if he was some kind of cartoon character. After that, he went to where did he go? Outside. He just walked outside. I'm just wondering how did he run into Julian? Where was he? Okay, I guess there was no such information in the book. Anyway, um, he ran into Julian, and uh, Julian was amazed. Oh, uh, Jesus Christ! Okay, no, he wouldn't use such words. Julian just was. Oh my God! Oh my gosh! What happened? You seem as if you had some kind of brawl, right? Brawl, as if you take part in some brawl. I was so tired of lying, so I decided to tell the truth, and I did. Julian was impressed by that. And what is this all about? Do you like this girl? Actually, I don't really know her. Julian laughed. You seems quite uh, trustful, truthful today. Today, you seems unexpectedly truthful. That would be better. Choose a word. After that, Julian told that uh, he had a visit. He had guests in a form of some men that were looking for information about Corcoran, and he told his story. Why he was afraid that it could be FBI agents or somebody like that, because actually he sees some kind of danger for his life for the last 8 years, because it happened that from one country there was a princess that ran out of there, and Julian used to teach her for around 4 years. He was teaching her personally, and there was a education minister who used to check on them, so he was could be sure that um, education was good enough for this girl. And now, when everybody but this princess from her family and from people around her is dead, because she ran out of this country with this money, and now she has a bounty on her head, and almost all her relatives and people around her were killed, and now Julian is afraid that they could kill him as well. So he avoids using planes and going out of the country for the last few years. Uh, Richard said that probably it should not happen, but anyway, Julian told him that and this agent asked Julian if he knows that Barney probably used to take drugs. Julian answered no, because he believed that Barney is not that kind of person who would take drugs. He believed that such people are just pathetic, and it's not and Barney is not the kind, and Corcoran is not the kind of guy that would do something like that. Anyway, he asked Richard, well, it's my, I don't know, my opinion about him taking drugs, but what do you think? Is it true? And it's interesting how mm, uh, is it connected to the fact that Richard uh, is telling more truths that he is used to do. uh, Maybe Julian decided to take this opportunity and use it so he could get some new information out of Richard. And considering the emphasis that he puts on this sentence about today, you are unexpectedly truthful. It's quite interesting. I believe that he decided to uh, use this situation so he could get more information. And considering this last sentence that I quoted, uh, it probably means that Julian is aware of the situation, not exactly of this situation, but aware that Richard is probably lying to him, and so do other people from his class. And this is it. Okay, so as I guessed, after she got names of people who have sent these flowers, she decided to take it. However, she was disguised by this, and uh, he gave some strict looks towards delivery guy as well. She was examining these flowers with a lot of attention, and she was not able to trust these flowers. She didn't trust the market they were taken from, and she doesn't like this kind of flowers. Anyway, uh, as well, she uh, went to Francis uh, without paying attention to anybody else. She uh, asked him, "What is this?" I mean, she asked him, "How is he doing?" And he was kind of okay. They were talking about the situation with uh, Barney's death as well. Uh, uh, she told that they got flowers from his mother, from mother of Francis, and as well somewhere in between, she heard some noise, and she saw that it was Henry. She was about to talk with him, but however, it was her son. She asked him to bring Henry to her, and she didn't even give him any look or much of attention. After that, she continued her little talk with Francis, and she moved the topic nearer to his mother, just to mention that his mother was using the services of sober agents, even when Francis, we have heard we heard this for the first time in the whole book, and probably Francis' friends didn't know about this either, but she casually mentioned that in front of everybody as well. She when Francis was a bit scarblon, it's a bit insulted by this mentioning and the way how she put her words. Uh, she was insulting him even more by saying that, oh no, it's fine. Uh, it's quite an achievement for such a person to even recognize the existing of a problem and accepting help from outside. Francis said that she mainly have went there just had went there because consequence of tenses, just for the rest, and it's normal scene. It was normal scene to do something like that. Once again, consequence of tenses. Mrs. Corcoran, just as she hoped, got this reaction of his by being insulted by by her words, and she once again uh, was saying, "Well, I had such problems too," and it's so comfortable that it's in modern time you can talk about this freely, and it's quite fun to see to hear something like that from a person who is hiding, who was fiercely fighting the fact that her son was drinking. And talking about your idea of if Bunny got this from her or maybe from his father, I guess it's just combination. Uh, I'm not sure if they are really so skilled in this as Bunny. They got this in for me, and it's combination in the meaning that from his mother probably he got this idea of being special, of a line between the lines so easily by uh, expecting everybody to take their family as someone as something more noble, and all the scenes that Mrs. Corcoran was talking about between the lines. She's basically was saying it's okay for someone like you, for such a family as yours. It's not okay for ours. It's different. Uh, so I'm not sure if Mrs. Corcoran is so skilled in finding weaknesses of people, but she definitely has this mentality of being from different world than other people. She is not trying to be polite, but she's trying to be graceful. Just when she's talking without giving a glance to a person, as if he doesn't force her attention. And from his father, he probably got this carelessness, just how Mr. Corcoran was able to, without any hesitation, given do such physical contacts with people who he barely knows or doesn't know at all, and his how he tended to have fun by insulting people. So I guess he just become a combination of his parents in this sense. This is it. Okay, we're still in the house of Corcoran's. Henry finally gets down the stairs. Mr. Corcoran, Mrs. Corcoran greeted him, and uh, they started talking with Mr. Corcoran. Mr. Corcoran asked Henry what he was doing. Henry said that he was reading books. Yeah, she said that he had been reading books because consequence of tenses. And what was you reading? And Harry answered that he had been reading some smart scenes. I don't know, clearly remember, but Mr. Corcoran answered that uh, had uh, he also had a lot of interesting book in down down there in his basement, so he is smart as well. And Mr. Corcoran actually started uh, praising Henry. He started talking about how good of a friend he is and how all of them need to value Henry. He told how at first Bunny had been negative in negative about Henry. He was crying to to Mr. Corcoran about how big of a nut Henry is as a roommate. But then something changed. They even went far away, all the way to Italy. It's quite, it was quite unexpected, and it's interesting that actually Corcoran's knew that uh, Barney was in Italy, and that the detail um, Henry wanted to hide. But well, it's quite reasonable that Barney knew about that Barney's parents knew about the situation with Italy. But it seems that they don't pay a lot of attention to that. So he continued praising Henry, and uh, he at some point he wanted to say something to Francis, but he went into tears, hugging Henry, and it seems as if uh, they had quite a high expectation from Henry, as if he was some kind of a son for them, and it's really mm, brings Richard some mixed feelings because how much of a lie in this situation, how twisted can how more twisted could it be, and what Henry was feeling all this time about him getting all these praises for being such a great friend, not only for Bunny but for all of their family, and knowing that he's the main reason why Bunny died. It's just hard to keep it all in, and he definitely needed somebody to share this with, just as he did with Richard. And as well, I want to, well, when it remind me that once again, Richard is the one who is bringing this story to us. I'm just kind of impressed by the fact that Richard does not give a lot of comments about. I mean, he gives a lot of comments, but he does not comment his actions. If I would read such a book, on each fifth sentence, you would see me uh, talking about how foolish I was at these times, that uh, which mistakes I made. But Richard don't do it this way for some reason, maybe just to have a good of a story without all the and given readers more space for interpretation. I don't know, or maybe he wants to portray the situation as if he uh, works only as someone who delivers the story without commenting it, or at least that's what he wants the story to look like. And in reality, he will alter details that he wants to alter um, in a different way, just by not talking about them or uh, erasing them, just so the story would look better from perspective of viewer. But I don't know, and this is it. Okay, uh, so Mr. Corcoran was crying on Henry's shoulder, but suddenly, your favorite word, um, suddenly two figures appeared behind them, and it was two sons of Corcorans, and they had uh, the first one was tall and okay, I don't remember how they looked. It's for now. It's not really important. And they had a grandchild of Mr. Corcoran. They gave him to yes, gave this grandchild to Mr. Corcoran, and Mr. Corcoran was quite happy, and he was playing with this child and um, giving him a lot of love. It was just another punch for uh, Richard and for other members of this mother group, because before that they could believe that their family does not care about their children, because they send Bunny there without money and with such high demands that they created for his living. Uh, but now they realize, okay, they do love them, but in their own strange way. And now they feel guilt, or at least Richard does even more. So Henry uh, showed them a place to sleep. It was basement, and Corcoran decided that if it's only for one night, uh, it probably should be okay to sleep there. It's kind of interesting that they are trying to make the impression of being such a rich family with so much money and power, but at the same time, they are staining impression of their guests, but by making them sleep in their dusty uh, basement. They didn't even try to clear there. It's as if they are saying, we are better than you. Your place is inside is down there in this basement with rats, with dust, with another unpleasant scenes, and we, yeah, and be there, play your little games while we are watching you from our own high place. It's as if they are, I don't know, but probably or author probably meant by doing something like that what to once again show what Cochranes think about all other people. But from the position of them trying to press their guests, it's not the best decisions. I mean, if they and it's kind of interesting that we were not told about this bounty at all. I mean, did they pay it? Because in this article it was told that you need to find Bunny, but well, there was not mentioning about him being alive at this moment, so actually they had to pay, but probably they didn't, and we don't even know what this is all about. But anyway, if they were ready to uh, pay $50,000 for finding their son, why couldn't they find a hotel room for each guest just for one night? I don't know, but well, they just probably found it is fine for such a kind of people to live down there. Anyway, back to our heroes. They were complaining about how many people there would be and how dusty it is. Especially Francis was complaining about how dirty in this room. And right after that, he decided to smoke. I don't want to breathe with this all dust, so I will smoke. I don't know what kind of logic is this, but well, whatever. And they, in fact, making it all only worse by smoking in the closed space under the ground with dust. I mean, how badly it would smell, especially for Richard who doesn't smoke. It's just another level of hell. I don't know what kind of genius you should be to do something like that, but they did. As well, Camila came down to there. She told how she was sleeping with Bunny's girlfriend in the same bed, and they as well were talking about Henry, who had his headache problems, but somehow headache headache problems, but somehow managed to stay up, and now he even was made. Mrs. Coker made him drive somewhere with such a feeling, with such hard feelings, and probably he is trying to be so nice just to not get any extra attention. Maybe he just feel guilty and he takes this as his punishment. I don't know. Uh, Everything's possible. Uh, and it's interesting that Francis was scared that if he is able to drive, but he didn't offer to do this job instead of Henry. He was just like, oh, it's a bad situation. They shouldn't let him drive. Okay, I'll continue my smoking. After that, uh, Mrs. Cochran opens the door. She was saying something, and they had to stop smoking because, in fact, they had no right to do that. But this is it. Okay, so at first we got a glimpse of one honorable person for Corcorans. It was a person whose grandfather had uh, a rule of Mr. Corcoran's of the bank where Mr. Corcoran works, and that was a honorable person for them. And when he uh, gets there, he looked quite out of this world. I don't know how to express this. It's well, but really not that special. As well, we got a glimpse of how author sees Corcoran's family and what their hallmark, if we can say so. They all looks like как имя этого президента? Kennedy. They looks quite alike of Kennedy. All of them. Some of them, young, older ones like he himself, and younger ones like some of his relatives, and they looked, and it seems as if they were trying to really keep to this reputation especially Mrs. Corcoran, who was trying to make this haircut like Kennedy, and the other and Richard remembered how the other day Barney had named himself Kennedy in the pep, and everyone was impressed, and it let them go through the line. But anyway, they got to the funeral. They got to the cemetery, cemetery, and it was near the highway. It was an anonymous uh, place. There was not really good graves there, and there was no names on it. And Mrs. Corcoran got there on an expensive car, and the driver opened her door, and she gave him her arm, and she gracefully let her go out of the car, and they opened the door of they opened they took out the grove coffin. They took coffin out, which seemed quite gracefully to Richard, how they slowly took it out, and he gave all this he expressed all these emotions as like this uh, ceremony of honor, how they are trying to make this event as memorable and graceful as possible. But then he found for himself that actually it was not. His grave looked awful. There was a big pail of dirt near, and it was his grave, and near that was only chairs for Corcorans, and they were just sitting there, do nothing. They were not crying. They were just calm and sitting there when uh, Bonnie was putting this dirt. And what was this for? Was it uh, they and I'm not quite sure what Richard is talking about right here. Is he talking about how uh, twisted these corcorns are? How they're trying to look so rich, and how they tried to make the ceremony look great for guests, but now when it comes to place where Barney will live to the end of his existence, they decided to make it cheap, or maybe he's just talking about this is it. What was this for? Is it was it for Barney that he was he really trying to memorize him, memorize good things about him, or uh, what was they trying to do? Is this it? He just dies, and will rose there in the ground, and is this end for all of us? What was the purpose of it? What was the purpose of life? Was all these preparations and ceremony only for those who are still alive, and you cannot do anything for that one? As I said, he's gone. All his ambitions, all his memories and values and all of that is gone now. He is, I mean, it's for sometimes it's really hard for people to understand what does it mean to stop existing. And maybe that's what he was talking about, but only in this moment he maybe not fully, but he realized the awfulness of the situation, and he uh, just for himself, was trying to get to get uh, this redemption of him. Uh, he was trying to apologize to Bonnie. He said, "I was so sorry." He's sorry right now, and probably to the end of his life, because they did it to themselves to save their existence. That they needed to kill this person. They needed to uh, just end everything for him, and now he's gone forever. And okay, I'm not sure that I'm able to clearly express my feelings about that, but this is pretty much it. I guess we'll uh, talk about this later. But one more thing to add. I'm not quite sure what LG was talking about, because, well, when she is saying that last a few previous pages was a fly and now it's a hand, but I didn't quite get it, because this fly wasn't killed by a hand; it was killed by a book. What does she mean by that? Uh, and does it mean that? Okay, I guess I'll try to express this in the next recording. Okay, so they put uh, coffin to this hole in the ground. That Richard actually wanted them to open it, but they didn't. Why did he? Why did he have such a desire? My theory is about people, uh, about person, because maybe for him it seemed just as if uh, it didn't matter who was there in this coffin, because if anyone from Corcoran would die, they would treat them the same, without giving any attention to their personality. It didn't really matter for them what kind of poems Corcoran's liked, or what kind of funeral he would want to have. The only thing that matters is what Corcoran's believed to be a honorable funeral ceremony. And maybe Richard wanted them to open the coffin just so there would be some, at least a bit of uh, Bonnie in this process, so they would remember, at least they would remember him, but not that um, picture of him that they created, and they wanted to see him like that. They wanted, their family wanted to see him like, oh, this successful boy who didn't take drugs or alcohol or cigarettes or anything, and who was successful in playing soccer, and he had academic achievements. And it's not Bonnie, it's the person they created for themselves. It's the person they wanted him to be, but he's not. And but that's so maybe that's the reason why Richard wanted them to open the coffin. But anyway, they put this coffin into the ground, and everyone started. And um, no, before that, Richard remembered this very night um, how they killed Bonnie. Bonnie was the person who was mocking death. He didn't care about that. He didn't care about his house and a religion and life after death. He didn't believe in that. He believed that there is nothing after, and he didn't even think about that. He never had any ideas that they would decide to kill him, even if there was good reason for them to do that. I mean, there was good reason for him to suspect them on something like that, to see them as threat, but he never did. He never had even for a second a thought that he could die, that all his these actions of his could lead to some problems for him. But he died just immediately. Just a second ago, he smiled and was mocking all of them, and uh, he was trying to do this uh, reveal thing of him. He was trying to understand what they were doing, and even at this point when he was joking about, oh, what are you doing here, are you trying to hide a body with these tools of yours, did you kill anybody else? He was joking about that in the last moments before his death. Even then he didn't care about that. He didn't believe in that, as if it was something that was not uh, anything that could happen to him. But anyway, just minutes after his death, he was desperately trying to clutch on something and survive. Just this brief moment when he felt, just at this moment, probably it didn't even, it wasn't even a half of a minute from the from the first moment when he started scaring death. It didn't even pass a half of minute after he started fearing death before he disappeared, before he turned into nothingness. And Henry and Camilla went down there, and Henry uh, used his hands to examine him, to make sure that he's alive. He was touching him, and after that, these dirty hands, he uh, used his trouser to clean his hands. So basically, as if this death is on him, he's the one who falls, just the same as they were covering themselves with blood of death, that pig after killing this farmer. Just like that, they are putting, he is putting this dirt on himself. He is the one uh, who has the biggest fault, because he is uh, the one who decided to do this trick with trying to be high somewhere, and that's the reason why they kill this farmer, and he's the one whose diary Bunny read, and that's the reason why they needed to kill him. He's the one whose fault it is, and he's not trying to clean his hand from that. Uh, he's taken this fault on himself, maybe consciously, maybe subconsciously, but probably he's realizing that. And after that, we got another punch from the author when we hear this prayer that says, God, save us from unprovided death, which means death that you did not anticipate, that you was not ready for, that uh, because Christians are scared of unprovided death, because you won't have time for prayer, you won't have time to get better, to prepare yourself for life after death. because it will be sudden. It would be better if you will be ill and you will have time to prepare yourself to go to this other world or something like that. But that's so ironical when it comes to Bunny, because he's the one who was not prepared at all for his death. He didn't care about that. That's quite hard speech in the context of Bunny's death. And after that, everyone is throwing, and now he's gone. Bunny is. It doesn't really matter who he was. The only thing that matters is how he got remembered. Because probably at this moment he understands, well, maybe the purpose of of life is how you will be remembered by society. And Corcoran's created this ceremony and spent so much money on this, just as if they are consciously know it doesn't matter who he was. It matter how he will be remembered. And that's why they spent so much money, because nobody will remember a Mayor Corcoran, uh, whatever his name was. Everyone will remember this person who we created by all this news and this ceremony. And that's what Richard is so scared about. Nobody cares about you. When you're dead, at least with the case of Bunny, this is it. It really doesn't matter. This and Now here are they, Corcorans, sitting there round with their hands completely clear. They aren't doing nothing, and even when they were throwing dirt there, Mrs. Corcoran was in gloves. She didn't want to didn't want her hands to get uh, dirty, and neither of Corcoran's did. But at the same time, Henry took this dirt and uh, slowly throws this dirt there. He didn't even throw everything he got in his hand, and part of it he put on his suit, and completely clear suit, and he drew a thick line of dirt on his clothes, as if saying, I'm dirty about this situation. The fault is on me. I recognize that this death is on me, and I'm not going to run from that. And well, this is it probably. And wow, another see. Oh no, it's fine. This is it. Okay, so Richard was sleeping, and suddenly, your favorite word, someone knocked on his door. It was Henry. For the life of Richard was not able to understand why he was there, but Henry immediately locked the door and said that he had some really important business, some really important favor to ask from Richard. And uh, uh, it appeared that Charles had been caught for driving not sober, driving drunk, and now Richard need to go to give money so Charles would get his freedom. After And well, at that point, Richard didn't really realize what this was about, and he agreed it. He went to the police department on taxi, and only on the way there he understood that well, it's a lot of problems because he he doesn't even know what Charles did, and he doesn't know circumstances, and for some reason only at that point he got some doubts about why Henry was not the one who was not the one to go save Charles. But anyway, he got to the police department, asked a taxi to wait. He got inside. There was two officers. They were talking as if they knew Charles, and I don't know. They were eating during all this talk with Richard, and in general, uh, Richard would have to would have to uh, in general, Richard will have to wait until 9 a.m. to be present in the in the core. How how does it spell?
Как это произнести?
Spell.
Court.
Court. Okay. Okay. And well, after and he was not able to see Charles. Officer did not allow it him. But anyway, he got out of the building and found out the taxi was not there anymore. He didn't want to go back to police department, so he went somewhere to some cafe to take a phone call there. And actually, author really uh, doing some taking some time drawing this whole picture of night city. And what's this all about? I guess some in most cases when author doing something like that, when author gives reader some time and by describing something in more details than usual, especially if it's not necessary. It means by doing this between the lines, author says us that uh, our character has a lot of thoughts at that point, and he really been present, and he really he really changes his mind, his values, his thinking about his life. And usually that's what means when author describes uh, space around character while he is going somewhere or something like that. Anyway, he at 6 a.m. he called Henry, explained all of that stuff. Henry didn't want to give him any extra information, but in general he said that they had a quarrel at that night, and it would be better for Richard to go there. And once again, it's interesting that Richard mattered a bit because he now uh, is willing to argue with Henry, and as well, it wasn't said aloud by author by Richard, his author, but I guess at this point he's already has a lot of at this very situation he's having he got the idea that this whole friendship with these guys are making a lot of trouble for him, and once again, probably he got the idea of how great his life could be if he would stay a common school pupil.
Хорошо.
But anyway, he got to the court. Charles was depressed and he was scared. Okay, he was just scared, not depressed. Uh, and at that moment, Richard stood up, said that he was going to pay bills for Charles. Charles was really glad as well. Some middle-aged man stood up and said, told that it was not Charles' car, and that after that we found out that Henry would have to be in court soon after that. But in general, Charles is free now. And what surprised me is the fact that, well, there is not really that much discipline in this court because Richard was able to freely stand up and speak. He didn't raise his arm, he didn't uh, uh, alarm judge before the process. He just stood up and was like, okay, I'm gonna pay for that. It's like discipline as well. Some middle-aged man, he wasn't part of the process, but he still was able to interrupt while other ones was speaking. I just imagine court to have more uh, discipline, to uh, pay more attention for such details. But anyway, this is it. Richard was talking with Francis, and in most cases, it's quite a pleasurable activity because Francis was always invested while talking with somebody. After the story, he often was asking a lot of questions. Uh, Basically saying he was the one who listened to you, who cares about your problems, about your feelings, and all of that stuff. It's really great to have such a person, especially if you have some hard time. But at at that situation, Richard decided to interrupt. Right after his speech, he decided to uh, take the lead and ask Francis a question before he will have some. He asked him about the situation with Camilla and um, Charles. At first, Francis was confused, and uh, that's an interesting. Richard told him all of that stuff that he has seen, and after that, he said that okay, it's nothing special, and there are a lot of reasons to think this way. And after that, I was surprised because, well, I just used to think, get used to think that Richard is, well, not really that smart of a guy, but at this situation he understood that Francis did not answer his question because Richard, or Francis told what is easy to think, but he didn't tell what he thinks himself. And I'm really impressed that Richard was able to catch him. And maybe even more, I was impressed how by how easily Francis was cracking all this information. Because before that, he definitely didn't want to give Richard this information about Charles and Camilla relationship. He told how a lot of people think, but he didn't tell his own opinion. But right after that, he was given all this information so easily. He even told that after that night there could not be any doubts about that. Why is he changed his mind that much? Why at first he was trying to hide this, but after that he decided to attack Richard with this great amount of information. As well, he, as the proof of his opinion, he offered Richard words of Bonnie, who claimed to walk in on them. And by the way, I remembered this expression, and I believe that it's not about, no, not really about run into somebody, but literally uh, walk in something uh, that people are often shy about. I mean, I guess I have heard this expression a few times before, and in each of them it was about something inappropriate. Uh, but anyway, I guess we will need to visit a dictionary after that. So what's and as well about that night, Francis told that there should not be any doubt about that, but he didn't explain anything. He uh, didn't give any proofs of this information. What night he's talking about, and why does he think that that's the case? As well, he told that they really like to tease each other, that they are they love to be in lead, especially Camilla. She loves to be in lead of Henry, of Richard as well. And Camilla as well cares about who Charles sleeps with. And well, after this um, expression, Richard grow uh, interested in whom Charles is sleeping with, and Francis said that Charles had been sleeping with him, and that's interesting how he told that. Me, for example, that's an interesting way to put that because uh, Richard literally was asking him to give him a list of people he's sleeping with, but Francis did told him only one thing,
Mhm.
only one person, and but he put it that in that way that Richard would not uh, consider to take this as a lie because, well, it's something people are often shy to talk about because, well, it's their private life. So maybe it's even not even true that Francis was sleeping with Charles, and he just made it up to cover something else. Or as well, maybe it is true, and Francis decided to give this information just to cover something else that he wants to protect way more than that. As well, Francis gave us some information about his uh, fetishes, or I don't know how to say this, about his how has it happened. As well, he told that he believes that it is not a common thing for Charles and Camilla to sleep with each other, uh, just every now and then, not really often. And he uh, had as well, he told that he was sleeping with. He's not sure how many times he was sleeping with Charles. Two or four times. I mean, how can you not remember that? It's just strange when you. Uh, and by the way, it's as well interesting that he is saying he gave this information to Richard that uh, Charles tends to make an expression as if he uh, forget about that. He forgets about that, and he as well. Francis told Richard that in all of that cases, uh, Charles was drunk. So basically, it makes uh, it easy for him to cover his lie, because even if it is not true, Richard and Charles would deny that. Richard could just think that uh, Charles either trying to cover this up, or he is just doesn't remember this because he was drunk.
Mhm.
And because of that, it's really hard to say if it was true. As well, I kind of was surprised by the way how Francis puts this information, how he told why he sleeps with Charles, and how uh, he got caught by Charles every time, and how he told that uh, usually Charles likes girls, but when he's drunk, I will do, he said. Well, it just kind of not the best way to put it in. Uh, I mean, it just lacks self respect when you tell something like this. But anyway, uh, but as well, from what everything that I said just now, it seems that obviously he is lying about something, and maybe it's true. Maybe some of that is true, but other things are lie. Uh, but it's just interesting that his speech really sound like something he is mm, really thinking about. I mean, his uh, speech lacks structure, because at first he was talking about if they were sleeping at all. After that, he started talking about how nice it would be to have a sister. After that, he started to judge that. After that, he said how bossy the boss are, and because of that, he started to talk about uh, how Camila was tracking Charles' relationships, and after that he started talking about himself. So basically he was talking about everything that came to his mind, and it just really looks like something that it sounded like a nature speech, like something that he did not make up just now, as something that he just talks about everything he's interested in. So it's really hard to say if he's lying or not. This is it. Okay, so Richard was talking to Francis. Francis once again talked about this hospital stuff and his illness. He told how he used how he often wakes up in the middle of the night, and he feels bad. He can't coat his breath and other things that indicates a bad state of health of his. Richard uh, had a conclusion that it can be connected with his smoking, because he smokes quite a lot. And after that, Francis became quite aggressive. He started talking how uh, each idiot is talking about how smoking, how bad smoking is, and how bad the consequences are, and all of that stuff. And yet here he is smoking half of his life and is still doing fine, and he has different syndromes. Um, so basically, it's easy to tell from his reactions that he is trying hard to convince himself that smoking is not something he should get rid of. He is trying to close his eyes on uh, problems that it causes on the fact that he should have to spend time doing this energy. He should spend money and a lot of different stuff that clearly disadvantages for him, but he's doing his best to convince himself that it's okay, that everything will be fine, that he should not quit smoking and all that stuff. As well, he started mocking uh, Richard about his California accent. And, well, at that moment, I'm just really curious. They still believe that uh, he is from California. I mean, does it mean that only Henry and Bonnie knew about that, or he's pretending to believe him and just mocking him about his lie? Anyway, mm, Richard got frustrated about that, and Francis nosed in his business, not necessarily, and started asking if he is angry, if he was angry, and he as well said that he's drunk and ill, so Richard shouldn't take his words seriously. After that, Richard finally got out of that building, and on the way home, he found no, and while he was walking, he started thinking about this whole situation and how they're not just a friend. They're not just friends. They are um, friends till death will part them, and they're connected by this accident. And at one hand, it's great. It's good because, well, there are good reasons for them to be together, even if they don't want to. So they have someone to rely on. But on the other hand, it means that he has no choice and he will have to be with them even if he doesn't want to do that. As well, he met Julian. Julian was so glad to see him, as if Richard was uh, the most anticipated person for him at the moment. And by the way, I forgot to mention that uh, Francis told this story about a great doctor that Julian recommended, but it's not. I'm not sure that it is important, but I don't really think that uh, Francis will take this offer. It does sound like a lot of pain, and Francis does not look like a person who really cares. It looks as if he's just making a fuss, but whatever. Let's see what will happen out of it. And Richard was kind of upset to see Julian like that because Julian is the kind of person who will never know. He is so glad to see them. He has such a high expectation, and he is the kind of person who would be a great guy to talk with, to talk yourself out, to talk about your problems. He's that kind of a person who knows how to ease everyone, and yet, even when he is such a convenient guy, he doesn't know this story and he can't help them, and they will have to pretend for the rest of their life as if nothing happens, and they'll have to put this smile on their face and say that everything is fine, and it's just depressing. I think so. And that's probably and as well, uh, Julian suggested him to go to the North Hampton for something, but Richard turned him down for some reason. Maybe he was tired, maybe he just didn't want to remind himself about his lie to people around him because
it's really hard to, I mean, sometimes it's even more it's more of a problem when somebody expects you to be a great person and he honestly believes that, but at the same time you know that he's wrong. That's this is it, I guess, for this part. Richard still has his hangover, and now once again Francis let himself into his room. This time it was a quiet entrance, and Francis wanted to tell something interesting to Richard, and he was extremely worried about that. Richard once again started he started his fear engine about what could he split during this time, which actually was not really that logical considering the fact that um, Francis thought that news to be odd. I don't think it is the way how you would put information to someone who split extra information. But well, he was drunk, so uh, it's easy to tell why Richard was reacting in such a strange way. Um, anyway, um, uh, Francis talked about Camilla's moving to this other place which is extremely expensive, and he had it was really suspicious to him because it's a really expensive place, about $200 a night, and twins are not able to twins were not able to pay such a price. And as well, Charles was worried about Camilla because Camilla went there under the different name, and they're under a different name because, well, we don't know this name exactly, and because of that he was not able to contact her or contact.
Я думаю, да.
He was not able to contact her, and that made him uh, worrying, and extremely actually. And he had no idea actually about the situation itself and how this happened. But the thing is that uh, he was almost 100% sure that it was connected with Henry. As a fact, he stated this to Richard not as his theory, but as a fact. It's totally connected with Henry. It's just the thing that he would do to plan something without telling anyone about that. Uh, And by the way, it was quite funny how he reacted to uh, this little speech of Richard about uh, how tired Charles is about Henry's behavior. Because, well, Francis told that Charles was overreacting and he is not he was not that exploited by uh, that he was not abused by Henry as much as Charles claimed himself to be. It was just funny because Francis is also the one who is stating that he's doing almost all the stuff, and he's stating how awful Henry is, and but basically he's saying that Charles is overacting, but I am not doing that. That's a bit fun, and as well. All this conversation leads us nice into nowhere. It's just important to say that uh, once again it's giving us information of how awful of a source of information Francis is, because let's be clear, in this time he was even more fluid than he was before, because, well, there was not evidence and he was even more convincing than before. And by the way, I completely uh, forgot to mention his theory about Henry being sleeping together with Camilla on a regular basis, and because of and he, Francis believed that to be the main reason why uh, Charles was so angry with Henry. And it just seems like Francis has a scene about that stuff, because really, why does he believe everyone to be sleeping with everyone, like uh, Camilla to be sleeping with every person around her? And it's just strange. Uh, and as well, my theory about why he's so worried about this situation is because, well, he has a crush on Charles, and his dear Charles is miserable because of the danger that can be around Camilla, because she's not he doesn't know where she is, and he's worried. He just worrying about his crush in the body of Charles. Okay, uh, and probably this is it for this part. When Francis left, Richard fell asleep again, and when he woke up, he found out that he had been sleeping for about 24 hours. And he decided to fresh himself, so he opened a window and found out that it was really cold outside. So he put on some clothes and decided to take a walk. The thing was that there was one building on the playground, some kind of building in the form of snail, and when Richard was going nearby it, uh, he uh, found there a pair of really familiar shoes, and uh, it actually was Charles, and the smell there was awful. Well, Charles was sleeping inside the snail near the entrance of it, and the smell was horrible. There were all the hallmarks of someone being drunk and far away from any conscious being. Richard started to worry because, well, there was a mother with her child, and Richard knew that they won't be glad to see a person in such a condition on the child's playground. So he wanted to take Charles as far away as possible, far away as quick as possible. But it was hard because, well, as we remember, it is really hard to convince Charles to do anything when he's drunk. But somehow he managed to convince him to take a drink, to go home with him and take a drink there. On one drink, said Charles a few times when Richard was helping him to walk on his feet. When they got home, Charles was thrown on the bed, and Richard, who wasn't eating for quite a lot of time, um, was trying to look for something remotely eatable in the refrigerator. So basically, he was stealing food, the same thing as Bunny did. And if you remember, Richard kind of judged him for that. He
considered this to be awful action, but now when probably he can say that, well, he's not a commoner anymore. He is a being of different class. He has the right. He crossed the line, and now he such action is like this is natural for him, and he will be stealing food from this refrigerator a few times after in the nearest pages. So okay, I was trying to do some kind of reference to Crime and Punishment, but it appeared to be a bit of cringe. That's whatever. Um, as well, he took a bottle of some. I didn't get what was that, but Richard stole this bottle of some fluid and take it to the uh, room when Francis was. He put that quietly on the table and found out that Francis was not uh, lying in the bed in the proper way. As well, he was dreaming about Bunny. He saw Bunny sitting there in person for a long time, and he was not able to think properly, to simply put. What does it mean? It is once again about their field of guilty. And well, once again, I want to say uh, awful of how awfully these children are capable of working with stress. But I'm not saying that I would be able to do something better. I don't know. Well, I kind of did not kill anybody for my whole life, and well, I'm not really thrilled to get this experience. But the thing is, every time they get some stress, they're trying to suppress it by using alcohol and other kinds of drugs, which is not the best way to do that. Whatever. Um, Richard measured his. No, probably it was after that. I'm not sure, but he measured his temperature. It was 103. Obviously, it's not Celsius, and I purposely translated it to Celsius Celsius degrees. I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly. Probably not. But 103 in Fahrenheit is about 39 and 4 in in Celsius. So as well, he gave him some medicine, and probably he was actually measuring his temperature after he went to doctor, whatever doctor he was working with. Okay, I'll need to split it into pieces. So Francis, Richard, and Henry was in classroom with Julian. Julian was tired, tired of them being so nervous of this whole situation with Bunny and Charles, uh, because he as well said that there was no guarantee. Опять же, сказал that. Then, he as well told that there was no guarantee that Bunny is was in the worst place than uh, he had been here, and uh, that and that they shouldn't be afraid of unknown like chickens, uh, because it's okay. They should have been able to adjust to circumstances, and for now, while they were alive, they should have been
enjoyed their time without all this fear of unknown. As well, he told them to be more relaxed about that. It was not as if they had any fault over the situation. They barely they were barely connected with the situation. It didn't depend on them at okay, okay, it's my words, okay? I just want to put them there. Of course, it was not words of Julian, but I like to think as if he really knows that they killed Barney and now he's just teasing them and making fun of them. It would be great if we would find something like this out. Anyway, after that, after class, finally, we are getting a Greek class every once in a 50 pages or 100 or something like that. It's okay. Using Henry's car, they got to Charles' room, and uh, Henry was wordless. He was examining Richard. He wanted to find out if he was going to ask him any question, and Richard actually had such idea. So Richard took all the scenes, but he was wavering if he had a need to take a bottle of scotch. But Henry and Francis, together, giving each other some suspicious glances, were strongly after giving this bottle uh, to Charles. As well, they were making up some reasons like not like some suspiciously unreliable biological facts, and they even were making up some ways for him to drink more alcohol and to be able to hide it. Uh, but whatever. Not whatever. It's straightforwardly tells us that at very least, it tells us that Francis and Henry are together going to do something that they don't want to tell Richard. But as well, if it is about killing Charles, it's interesting that Francis was not shy to tell Richard his suspicions about Henry wanting to kill Camilla. What does it mean? Does it mean that Henry told Francis about killing Charles, but his beloved Charles, his dear one, but he hesitated to tell Francis about killing Camilla? That would be a bit strange, I would say. Because, well, of course, Henry probably doesn't know about a relationship between Charles and Francis, but one or two kills, is there really that big of a difference? It just, or maybe Francis is trying to protect himself. Maybe he's trying to convince Richard that he's innocent here, and if something happens, it's not about him. It's all Henry, because well, I told you that he could have that he that there was a chance that Henry would kill Camilla. It means that I'm innocent. Maybe that's what he was trying to do there, but we don't have a clear way to find that out, well, find this out. Anyway, as well after that, All of them went to hospital, but Henry left them early. He gave $100 for Richard to buy some things for Charles. After some arguing about whether he should do that or not, he gave it anyway. And they bought a lot of stuff, including a bottle of alcohol that would be easy to hide. And then they got into his room. There was a roommate who had a lot of guests, and they were taking uh, taking some um, wandering looks to Charles, and Charles was looking some kind of violent cartoon about characters beating each other up, and this is it. Richard found Camilla in his room, and for some reason he was angry with her. And it was before he found out anything connected with Henry. But at the very moment he saw her, he was angry with her. Why? There are a lot of reasons for that actually. Maybe he just is stressed out about after all this stuff that happened in the last few days and hours, and he wanted to just rest, and then he found Camilla in his room, which meant that he will have a lot of problems, new problems, because when any of them appears in his room, it means that there are problems to solve, and it means that he will not have the luxury of relaxing because Camilla is here. It means that rest isn't nowhere clear, or maybe it's because he. I mean, I guess it's a combination of factors. Okay, the second factor is that what he saw in their last meeting when Charles and Camilla uh, made quite a scene in front of Richard, and now he doesn't know what to think because he used to worship Camilla, and actually he is still doing this now on these very pages. Uh, the third option, maybe he was angry with himself because after all that stuff, after he found out that Camilla uh, loves was loving to manipulate him and to manipulate everyone, and after all this time when he knew that he had no chance with her, and after the situation with Charles, he's still in love with her, he's still fond of her, he uh, can't uh, get rid of her from his head, and after all these circumstances he still has no control over her picture in his mind, and maybe he's just angry with himself, and that's why he angry in general, and he puts this anger on her, and still I guess it's combination of reasons, all of that. As well, after that, they had a little conversation about this whole situation with this town, which name I don't remember. It's not really that important. Uh, but it appeared that she believed that Frances is afraid of Charles. But Charles is afraid of Henry. That's why she chose Henry to protect herself. And as well, she trusts Henry a lot. She believes that he would not harm her. She finds these various thoughts to be hilarious and extra. She as well see him as a good protecting person for her, and all that stuff, and he directly says so. He directly says that she has a lot of trust in Henry, and she even told that she even said, because you don't like word told for some reason, she even said that Henry never let her down even once, and it's a lot for Richard to take because Francis already uh, told his said his brought his idea to Richard about Henry and Camilla having some romantic relationships, and now he has no reason to hesitate about that. He has no reason to doubt doubt his words. And once again, he still loves her. She still worships her, and he's still angry with himself because of all that stuff. And because of that, he asked her to go away. So here's a few questions that's interesting. And as well, she had a hard time to leave. She didn't want to. But we'll discuss this a bit later. Before that, let's talk about uh, what everyone is up was up to or is up to. Okay, let's talk from present tense. So Francis told that he has a theory that Henry wants to kill Camilla. uh, Henry said nothing about the situation. Charles is angry with Henry. Francis and Henry probably wants to kill Charles, or at least they uh, didn't like Richard to save Charles. As well, Henry uh, showed some disrespect towards Charles with the situation with buying flowers, showing him love through his money. Um, what I'm leading to, it's really hard to judge from this at this point about everything. And I really like this author. That author was able to create such a chaos. And the most interesting scene here is that I sure believe that there is a form of this chaos, and all this stuff has its own reasons, and everything is within characters. Even now, on we read more than 400 pages, and even now we uh, are able to find new details about characters, about their characters, uh, about their not only about their relationships, but as well some details of their characteristics, their emotional sides. That's great. And that's another reason to say why another reason to name why this pages has so many this book has so many pages even after the murder of Bonnie. And because author is always building up something, she's always cooking something up, and that's the feature of detective books. You always have to try to predict what is going next, and it's really hard. But what's the most interesting is that when you go backward, always after you reach to conclusion of the situation, you always can go backward and find reasons for that and some details that you missed. That's the greatest scene of all, because of course it's easier to accomplish when we talk about book, because book was published in one piece, as I get. In most cases, when I talk about manga or anime or something like that, it was published through years, and it's easier for author to make mistakes because he cannot correct himself. But even with that in mind, it's great that author uh, creates such a puzzle that really at this point that I can trust author with that. I can trust author in the meaning that I know that uh, nothing is happening just without reason. Everything has some build up. That's great. And after all, who is after what? If Francis told true and he really doesn't know what Henry is trying to do with Camilla, it means that he's not trying to kill her. And uh, as well, uh, it's interesting because he told that he's fond of Charles, who Francis is going to kill. Um, but it's only from his words. We don't really know if he really fond of Charles. We have no proof of that because Francis, as a kind of wise person, uh, created a lot of traps. He said that Charles would never talk about that. He was drunk. He can not remember anything and all of that stuff. There is no way for Richard to prove that, especially when Charles now is in the hospital. So Francis could have just made this whole love story up just to clear his reputation in front of Richard, so he would have a person uh, who will be sure that he could not kill Charles. Uh, as well, I have no idea what he's up to about Camilla, and we have no position of Henry, but we know that he probably wants to uh, harm Charles because they brought alcohol to him and they had these strange glances, and they didn't like that Richard saved Charles. But what we know is that Camilla really trusts Henry, and she's not willing to give any extra information about this murder. She almost worships Henry. She's really high. She has really high hopes of him, and maybe they even have some kind of other level relationships. And I just at this point I just see no reason for Henry to kill Camilla because it doesn't seem that she creates any problems to Henry or to Francis uh, because she's not going to tell something and she's not draining money from them. It's Henry's own decision to send her here, to send her there at such a expensive room. So I just at this point I just don't think. To be honest, I just don't think that somebody's trying to kill Camila. Oh no, there is a reason. I already forgot that Camila uh, can blame uh, Henry and Francis for killing Charles. Oh, but considering what we learn from today pages, probably he wouldn't blame Henry because she trusts him. But Henry can just not know about that, about her uh, intentions and her thoughts about Henry. So what I'm trying to say is maybe they're really trying to kill Camila, but the only reason that I see at this point is uh, because of some expectations that could appear in her head about Charles' death. And uh, another scene that I want to talk about connected with these pages is whole Camilla's intentions because, well, she brought herself to Richard's room. She said that she wants to talk with him and she wanted to uh, say something to him, and in at the end she just the only thing that she did is she showed Richard her scars, her burns, and all of that stuff, and she was only answering Richard's questions. She and and from her reaction we could say that she didn't want to answer these questions, and she said nothing. Um what we can assume from that? Maybe she wanted to say something, but she just was not able to do that because Richard uh, made her leave his room. Or maybe she just wanted to uh, talk about her problems connected with Charles. Maybe she just had some desire to have someone who comforts her, to someone she can talk about, because she cannot talk with Francis because of Charles, and she cannot talk with Charles, and I don't know what she can talk about with Henry. But what I'm trying to say, from what all happened, it's probably not about some request from her. It's really about speech that probably she wasn't able to express in the right time. It's not some favor that she wanted to ask from Richard. And it just seemed to me that Richard's opinion could be important to her for some reason. Maybe she's not that uh, emotionless towards Richard as he thinks, or maybe she's just insulted by the fact that Richard felt out of her control. I don't know. This is it for this retell. Richard made Camilla leave his room. She didn't want to, but he made her. Anyway, after that, he took some medicine to fall asleep, and for some reason, he decided that it would be a great idea to visit cinema while after taking these drugs, and uh, probably he didn't sleep there. He haven't slept there because uh, he already got used to these pills, but it's still risky. He could run in a lot of troubles. He could because after you're taking such pills, you have way less control over your activity, and you can just black out somewhere where you don't really want to do that. And as well, talking about film, uh, it's about people who never talks, and there are always some mix, and all the events mixed up together. There is no way to really understand and follow the story. It's quite similar to what we see in around Richard right now, because all the events are really hard to follow. It's hard to complete the picture and understand uh, the angle of every character. Uh, when we talk about almost all the character or all of them, uh, we cannot. We are capable. We are incapable of saying if they're talking truth or lie, and which part of the truth they have told. And they as the same as in this just as in film, they are not really talking. They are making a show to each other. They're trying to make impression of someone who they aren't, and they're trying to uh, of course they talk, but they're not honest. They
don't they don't express themselves. I would say it rather like that. And after that, Richard finally got home and he saw, uh, or maybe he wasn't home. Was he? Okay, no, not really that important. He had a dream that he already have seen this one a few times, especially in that winter when he almost died. It was a dream of him going down the stairs into the bottomless hole, and the farther he went, the uh, weaker the stairs uh, were becoming, or how can I say that? And all the stairs were had a different size and shape, and it was really risky to go down there, and he didn't like that. But the most terrifying thing was the one person who was always ahead of him, and just as we with LD agreed, it probably Charles, who is in really similar situation to Richards. They are got caught up into this situation of murdering these two people. And of course, Richard did murder this farmer, but he is still responsible for not sharing this information with police, right? And they're both not rich, and they don't know Francis and Henry as well as they know each other and Bonnie, and they have a lot of problems in their lives due to participation in this group, and they cannot escape that. And uh, Charles is always ahead of Richard because at this point his life even more ruined, and he has even more regrets than Richard does, or maybe he doesn't have more, but he just realizes this consciously, while Richard is still trying to hold on his blindness. And as well, he gives a little speech of him trying to not think about whatever he's thinking right now, whatever crosses his mind, and probably that's what it is. Richard, even when we are seeing this story from first perspective, we can't really find direct words about his um, relationship with this decision of his in participating in this Greek class. The only one that we have seen so far is when he was on the party and he was talking about how great could be a normal life. But this is it. We didn't see how he was frustrated and how he hated himself for that choice, and how he uh, wished something to change. No, of course, he can do actions that would show us how he doesn't want to do some of orders from Francis and Henry, but still we don't clearly see him giving some thoughts about that. So basically what I'm trying to say, he is trying to not think about that, because uh, if he will um, be fair with himself, if he will say what he really feels about this situation, he would find himself to be a victim, because even if he would consciously realize that all this group created for him is problems, even then he won't be able to escape that. He still would be a victim, and if he uh, does, he still uh, would not be able to escape that. He still will have a need to do these tasks, and it just scares him. He won't, and this is probably it.
Okay, so Richard had a lot of awkward thoughts that he really didn't want to acknowledge. It was just occurring in his head because he started to re-experience all these events that were connected with Henry and other people, but mostly with Henry. He started to serialize, and he even found a lot of evidence for his position. He gave a view to his past and found out that probably Henry was the one who set up all these problems for him. Why have he had he told Richard about this murder in the first place? What was his angel and angle? Because there was no real profit for him uh, from the first view, but then he realized that, well, actually, he brought a lot of use for them at that point. Of course, there were risks, but he brought money to them, and as well, he helped Richard Francis and Henry a lot of times. And Richard was the first uh, person Henry was running to. He was their alarm bell, and he himself brought Bonnie to them so they could kill him, and uh, they really got a lot of use from that. But was it really possible to predict all these things? Uh, was it really Henry's plan all along? And given it a second thought, uh, Richard for himself found that it was truth, because at first Henry cared about Richard when he was in the hospital. He spent so much time sitting nearby and paying all those bills and talking with Richard, comforting him. Why have he done that? Was it really, or what all this stuff just a preparation for him to use Richard after? And as well, it was not all taboo, but we can uh, as well remember this situation that when Henry in the early morning told Richard that I understand you, because when Richard was lying to everybody about his origins, and on the next morning after his meeting with Bonnie, Henry told him that they are quite alike, and he really did some efforts to convince Richard in that. And as well, this very situation with flight, it looked really suspicious. How could somebody like Henry left so many effort, so many evidence, and and what is even more surprising, how could he left such a dirty room, and the puzzle was complete for Richard. He decided that all this time he was led by Henry, and he as well remembered how Henry was trying to convince him that uh, there was an only choice for Henry to do when Henry told that he did not he was not mistaken about Richard's uh, level of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
But was it really a compliment from him, or was it mocking? Uh, anyway, I like such moments in books because once again it helps, it inspires us to read it once again, to re-experience, to fish around in our memories, to get another experience from the same pages, from even the same memories, to find a new meaning for them. And actually, I know one anime that was really good at that, and probably we won't watch it because, well, it's a long one, and I don't think it's the one that you would like. But there were some moments, and when the same as in this book, you could just author could just drop a bomb to readers, so they would reconsider all the events to uh, destroy the puzzle of our understanding of the situation and uh, form it again, in an even more logical way, and that's great. Uh, and this is it, I guess, for this part. I really liked these two pages. In this, Henry's trying to speak his mind about his new self, and Richard is confused. He cannot understand his logic. And, well, I just will put I'll explain the situation how it is to just not interrupt the whole thing, the whole idea of Henry. Basically, Richard is trying to uh, express his worrying about situation with Charles and with their whole relationships between Richard and Henry. But Henry tries to analyze his own emotions to find how have he got to this point, what made him so happy. And Richard is incapable to that of understanding that he lacks experience, and he lacks calm. He is unable to think clearly now. He is in a state of panic. So what Henry is trying to say, he's and during this whole process, he's still cutting these roses. He is taking care of these flowers with such a impressing care. He told that he cannot fully understand himself. He cannot understand other people either. But after that night when he killed that man, his life changed. He found something beyond his different way of thinking. He all his life was collapsed. Before that, he was worrying about a lot of different things, and as well, he was preoccupied by this idea of future pleasure, of this ritual, of maybe about his past, about his problems with people who cannot understand him, with his parents, with his traumas, with his lack of, with this gap of time that he was unable to um, find happiness in his life. But after they killed that man, it was such an important point, such a stressful event that all his other problem was outshined. He, it was not that important that it would mean something. And because of such a huge crack, he was able to re-experience his life, and he found something that is brings him joy. He found that there are these brief moments when he can just shake his hands off and shake the dust off his hands and spend some time doing something he likes, doing something that has no real reason, something that not really worth analyzing, something that cannot be analyzing, something that he just likes to do, and something that you cannot achieve by taking small pieces and try to achieve this state of happiness, to achieve this details that was necessary for achieve this mindset. No, sometimes you just need to do what it feels like to do, what it feels like the best. And for him, it is just spending some time taking care of his flowers, or maybe taking care of something else. Before that, he was really occupied, occurred with idea of getting this state of getting rid of himself. He was um really obsessed with going beyond his animal instincts to he was trying to ease himself, but by uh, destroying to by uh, freeing himself from this burden of emotions that he have suppressed. And he saw that at one point when he will reach this state of whatever it is, he will be freed and he will feel such a joy that it would be unspeakable. But just as one wise hamster said, it takes a long time to rise how truly miserable you are, and even longer to see that it doesn't have to be this way. Only after you give up on everything, you can begin to find a way to be happy. What does it mean? It means that all your life, a lot of times, you mm, suppress your emotions, you try to find meaning, you try to reach something that will make you happy. But and it really takes a long time to realize when what really makes you miserable, what how certain events uh, affect your life, and how and whether it was you and whether it really was uh, a, being a part of your life. Does some stress worth that? Does some pleasure worth your time and some energy, efforts, and price that you pay for this pleasure? And even when you found these extra pieces that making you miserable, it's really hard to accept the possibility of changes. People really hate changes because it means that here that this mechanism, this algorithms that was helping you starting each new day is needed to be changed. It means that you will have to face unknown, even if you will be sure that it will make you happier. It's still unknown, and some people really got used to some way of thinking. For example, some people can say that, oh, I'm miserable because I have bad genetics, or I can find uh, I cannot date somebody because I'm ugly, or maybe I'm too easily distracted, or maybe I'm uh, I cannot be rich because I'm stupid. And it's awful ideas, but it's you can really find uh, a place of comfort in that because it's something it's the way how you used to things. You can just give up on them. You can give up on trying to be more happy because you have no chances, because you convince yourself to that. And that's why it's so hard, because when you try to change your way in a great way, it means that you need to experience a lot of problems. And to re-experience your life, you need to take it down to pieces. And by doing so, you will have to undertake the one hell of ordeals. But without that, you will not be able to understand all the puzzles. And when you finally uh, will dig deep enough, you will see picture more clear. You will see world in better way, a more wide one. And what happened to Henry here is that when uh, his idea of being happy by achieving this state of uh, escaping thinking, by uh, getting to the same mindset as animals have, you will become happy. But it was broken. He experienced that, and he ran into troubles, and these troubles was so large that he had to uh, change his whole way of life. His whole new life was rounding around this event, around consequences of it. And because of such a great change, he had a chance to see his life from different angle. And now he found something that uh, makes him happy, and he doesn't want to interrupt that by caring about Charles, by uh, doing some uh, doing something really extra. And at this point, I just really wondering. I just really want to believe him, because it's the kind of words that uh, really sound like something honest. And after that, to just go back to the idea that they would try to kill Charles is just something that I don't want to hear, something that I don't want to accept, because this kind of mindset of Henry that he expressed, that he spoke right now, is something so much bigger and more trustworthy that the idea of just getting rid of consequences. And I just really want to believe that now he is higher than that, that he was capable of accepting words as it is, and by seeing words in such a great scale to see the whole world in it in, entirely effortlessly, that he can get rid of this regrets and of scare about future. But at the end, what we saw is how he once again cleared his hands thanks to his trousers. He put this dirt on himself once again after he finished working with his plans, and he closed the door. And by this gesture, I'm afraid that author is trying to tell that he's back to normal. He only allows himself to be happy only in some brief moments. And now, when he puts this blame, this dirt back on himself, he is back to his past attempts of doing whatever he's doing, whatever he's planning to do with Charles, with Camilla, and let's see what it will lead us to. We have some kind of discussion with Saldi about Henry's words in the last few pages, and basically LD cannot understand why Henry connecting all this stuff to the mother of this man. And by the way, Henry for some reason uh, tells that he killed him, not murder but kill. Interesting, right? um,
Oh,
and
interesting.
I'm not claiming, I'm not claiming that uh, I understand his mindset, his whole position. No, I just have one version, and for now, for me, it seems quite logical. Um, and I'll try to express my feelings. But as well, I want to point that there could be a lot of other way of interpretation. No, I will rather say that I will describe how I would want to see these scenes, and I could be wrong easily. So I easily can be wrong because maybe he's just in this situation when he's enjoying his life, he's doing his work, and he's been in a state of flow. He really enjoying his life, and for now, um, that's how he feels. He is grateful for events that happened, and he in other time he more depressed, and maybe he's not as happy as he's right now, because well, we didn't read the next pages. Maybe after that he will be more happy constantly, or maybe he will be back to his old depression self. We don't know that yet. Maybe he came to this conclusion only now. And maybe he just wants to connect this change of his mind to this big event, just for another reason to worship Julian and to worship his favorite Greek language that is superior to any other uh, mortal languages. I mean, there are really lots of way to interrupt that, but I'll say I just want to point at one way that looks into the most interesting to me. So, and as well, I'm not sure really why he said that he killed that man, but not mother. Uh, does he believe that murder is a situation when you purposely murder somebody in a violent way, and maybe they were unconscious, maybe they were like animals at this point, and it was a natural thing to do, and because of that he doesn't consider this to be murder because it was their uh, perfect version of themselves, now free from their uh, earth thinking. Or maybe he's just trying to take off blame from himself. I mean, if you remember, if I'm not making mistake, I remember how they were trying to ease themselves by telling that this farmer is no nobody cares about him, that it's fine to kill such a man. He doesn't really. I'm not. I really don't remember their words, but um, they were trying to make some reason to consider his life to be less valuable, and they even were talking about, oh no, how um, country will have to deal with pain for their being in prison, so they are caring about country's future. But anyway, I just got a bit over the topic. I mean, a lot of the topic, but I'm just going whatever my mind feels to go, um, feel better to go. So I will express the version, this interpretation of Henry's words that are seems to be that that is the most in I'll express the most interesting interpretation of Henry's words for me. Maybe when he told that after this killed that man, my life changed or something like that. Maybe he's not saying that it was key point, the milestone, the really important is the most important condition for being happy, and maybe he's not talking about how important this ritual was. Maybe he's not trying to prove his point. Maybe he's just saying that, well, you're all running around, being in really awful moods, worrying about a lot of stuff and regretting your decisions. But take a look. If it wouldn't be for this man's death, I wouldn't be here. Maybe it wasn't something that directly made me happy, but uh, because of these events, I am being the present version of myself. I wouldn't be the same person if it didn't happen. If all these problems wouldn't appear in my life, or with all this bunny, with police, with all this other stuff. Only thanks to all these events and mistakes, I am being right now, right here, uh, taking such a great pleasure of doing such simple things and as doing some gardening. And that's the philosophy of uh, perfection. Because if you will take if you accept embrace the idea of that whatever happens, it's the only way how it could be happening. It means that it there's no other interpretation of events, uh, way how events could how actions could go. That's the only way how it ended. And it means that it is perfect because it can't be any better or any worse. It's literally the only way how it happened. So maybe when Henry is saying that it happened thanks to this man's death, maybe he's just showing some gratitude and showing that he has no regrets about whatever happened in the past because it helped him to get to the point where he currently is. And as well, I can make this word sound even more rational by pointing at the fact that actually he told Richard that maybe you was in the state and in this state as well, even when Richard didn't kill this farmer. It's not really important right now. Even when he wasn't there and he didn't kill Bonnie directly, even with this in mind, Henry believes that Richard had such amazing moments in his life. He still believes that he had moments when he could just being glad to be in the he when Richard was grateful to all the scenes that happens to when he was in the moment when he could easily say that it's perfect, that he's enjoying this, that he's been in the flow, and maybe it's proof of my point, or maybe it's just the way how I want to see it. But this is it. Okay, so Richard came to Francis, and Francis was depressed. He didn't want to do anything, so he offered to take a lunch with Julian because Julian, a nice guy, he knows how to rise somebody's mood, and he's just a great company. So they went to Julian. He was at home. Um Richard knocked to the door. Julian cosplayed this old woman from Crime and Punishment because he didn't trust this door. He wanted to know who was behind that. Probably because of this story with Princess, and he's still really afraid of that. And by the way, it's funny to know such details about Julian, that he is actually quite afraid of death and of different consequences. And it's the same guy who a few pages before said that, why are you afraid of death? Why are you acting like chicken? You should not be afraid. It's common thing to do. It's we all be there. Maybe Bunny is in a better place now. Why do you even think that he regrets his death and all of that stuff? So basically, he was mocking them up about being scared of death, and now we see that actually he as well is afraid, but maybe he just doesn't accept that, or maybe he doesn't want to show it to his group. Anyway, uh, he was glad to see Richard and friends. They asked him to uh, take a lunch with him. He agreed. On the way there, he started his speech about his extreme problems. And actually, Francis and Richard were glad to hear that. because Julian was not a common guy. He was not used to all this basics common stuff, and for him, even broken glass could be a warning for something awful or some memorable experience. So it was really good to hear about his problems every now and then, to just compare about how good things could be in for the normal people who they so this time Julian talked about some ladder because he don't check his mailbox because he prefer to get information from the hand to talk with people who he wants to talk, and it's I have heard a joke about that. One famous person once said, uh, if you have some problems with me, if you hate me, if I created some problems for you, call me, and maybe I'll help you to fix them. And then he said, oh, you don't have my phone number. It means that we don't know each other good enough, so I would create any problems for you. And that's basically what Julian saying right now, because he just doesn't want to check his mail. He knows that people that he wants to talk with are going to knock on his door. So, in the mailbox, by accident, by some of his neighbors, because of some of his neighbors, was found a letter from Barney. And at that point, I believe that minds of Francis and Richard was just blown up, because the variety of problems that it could uh, create would be just is just something out of this world. I mean, even if it was a common mail and there was nothing extra, nothing extra information that will create any problems for them, it still will let them down in, and they would still uh, became more sad after this, because it's another reminder about their mistakes in the past. Uh, what do I think? I think that it really could be anything. Maybe just some kind of mail that would made make our main characters cry. Something like uh, some words from Bonnie, who just who tells Julian that he just wants to have friends, and he wants everyone to trust him, to share secrets with him, and some just some stories that would make them tear up. Or maybe it will be something that will create problems. Maybe it's some uh, mail that would have some hints about actions with Henry, and we don't really know when Bunny sent this mail. Maybe it was before he found out about this murder, or maybe it's after. So probably there wouldn't be the full information, but it really could cause a lot of problems. Maybe he would ask for advice from, but considering the fact that Bonnie did not came to Julian in person to talk, means that probably it was not long ago before his death. Otherwise, he would just see him in classes. or maybe it's a letter that he sent from Italy, and now it's just not really that important, and because of that, he didn't talk with Julian about that. So I don't know. We'll see what it will lead us to. Finally, Richard and Francis could finally breathe again to calm their heartbeat, because now the danger was over. It was not for Bonnie, there would not be any extra information, and then just for to make sure, they asked what was in the letter, and Julian gave that to them, and they started to read, and it was one hell of a journey. At first, author was trying to convince us that it was not for Bonnie. You can calm down. You can uh, not worry about anything, because, well, when we are calm and when we feel safe, uh, danger will feel more intense. So at first, author tries to calm us down by saying that the danger went past, nothing happened, it's fine. But then gradually it increases the degree of this feeling of suspense. Uh, Basically, uh, Barney, and which was probably Barney's, there was all the hallmarks of him. There was his mistakes. There was this uh, type writing machine that was in libraries that Barney used a lot, and it was Barney's way of speech, and it was the only information that he possessed. It was the information that only Barney possessed. So it was probably it was Barney, I believe that. Um, so he talked about this situation with farmer, something that he ran into in the newspaper, and he gave all the details, and as well he started telling all the nonsense that he suspected this company for. He talked about the twins, the friends, everyone except Richard, and some of it was true, some of that was not, but because of how awfully it was written, with how many swears there was, which was unusual for Bonnie to type that to Julian. It just seemed like a big prank, and all truth was covered in this mug. But as well, what interested me the most was the fact that Barney did not mention uh, this situation when Henry and others came to Henry's home, all in blood, in the middle of the night, and from what we saw in this letter, it was not mentioned by Barney, which is strange. I don't think that he's so stupid that he was not able to connect these two stories. So it's just strange. Maybe it was because he drank and he forgot to mention that. But anyway, but if he would, it would make the letter way more uh, dangerous, I would say, and because there would be more chances that Julian would take this letter more serious. He would at least ask Henry and others about this event. Um, and as well, he told that Julian was the only person that could help him, or maybe I should use past perfect. Had been the only person who could help him, because, well, he cannot now, right? And as well, Richard started analyzing these events and when did it happen. He believed that it happened at the same day when Barney ran into his room. uh, and this is it for now. But and as well, probably what I don't know what to add, because as we see, Julian did not take this letter serious, but it was would be real. So problem probably wouldn't be about Julian getting more details, but probably about somehow destroying this letter, because if this letter would happen to be in the hand of police or principals or somebody else who would consider Bunny to be drunk and drug addicted, and they could believe him because of that. And well, you know, this typewriter machine is still in the library, and many students could recognize it and recognize this paper, and there could be some analysis. So it really can create a lot of problems for uh, our main characters. But for now, that is it.
Okay, our little boys are looking for Henry. It's quite hard. They were not able to connect with him using phone, and there was no Henry in his house. And because of that stuff, they decided to go to Camilla's place and ask her about that. There was a problem, a slight one. It was a strongly secured or in, and in with double N, double N. So it was hard to know to learn where Camilla, in which room Camilla is, and to go up the stairs. And as well, Francis had some experience being in this hotel, and it was not a good one. He already familiar with key key holder, or how is it? What is his name? Uh, Innkeeper. He innkeeper's wife, and she has a terrible um, character, I would say. So they decided to figure something out uh, on the way, uh, just to make something up from the get go. So they entered the room of innkeeper. He did, with all his appearance, he was shown that he has no interest in talking with them, and it's quite strange considering the fact that it's quite a expensive place. And why do they hire such an employer who has no or maybe it's owner of this place, I'm not sure, but why is he working there in this case? Anyway, um, author uses a lot of details, portrays the danger of the situation, and um, as well she portrays the situation just for us to be able to take this situation, to take this word assassin separate from our characters. And the same scene that is happening in Crime and Punishment, when we uh, go to some place, some pub, and then author starts to draw extremely low details of people around, so uh, he could use these people somewhere later, maybe as audience, and just to create this feel of life world, right? So that there are a lot of people, they have, each one has a specific character, and they are in specific relationship towards each other, and because of that it just creates more dynamic, and it gives us more space for interpretation, to for prediction what could happen next. So that's the same scene that Dostoevsky was doing. So somehow Richard managed to go upstairs, and once again there was quite a few rooms, and of course there was a chance that he would encounter that he would find Camilla from the first attempt, but it was just wouldn't be satisfying for reader, because there wouldn't be the it would just feel as if he doesn't deserve that. As well, he could just make him run into some another person, right? So he would make a mistake. But it's the same situation, because if he won't get any trouble, then it won't be interesting. It wouldn't be interesting, right? So, and as well, if he would run into a few people, like two, three, each was not the right people, it just would be boring, because it will take more time, right? So what author have done, he just make him to run into the worst possible person, and because of that we can go east on this situation, because well, he got a lot of trouble. He uh, deserved to find Camilla. So he was quite rude with Camilla. He didn't explain anything. He let himself in, and he was asking question and given no answer or explanation. He found out that Henry actually should be somewhere in Julian's office at the time. And by the way, it's interesting that Camilla knows these details, right? Because if she is living alone, why would she need this information about Henry? Of course, it can be coincidence, but I mean, if they live separately and they are not planning to meet in the nowhere in the nearest times, then why would he even tell that? It's not really that important, I would say. And by the way, we don't know why Henry decided to go to Julian's place, because really, what could be the reason? Because they are meeting quite a lot, and it means if he decided to go to Julian's place, it means that he wants to talk specifically with him. Um, Maybe there's some secret. Maybe there are some details that we don't know. Or maybe he wants to
Mm-hmm.
relieve some details to Julian, just as he did with Richard. I don't know. It's complicated, but I mean, it just would be boring if he would go to he would place a meeting with Julian just because he wanted to eat with him in a restaurant, right? It could happen in real life, but it would be boring. So author will probably make something up, something interesting, some problem, some good reason for him to meet Julian, some another uh, topic for mystery, right? So he ran to
Mm-hmm.
Francis, and they decided that they will split apart, find Henry, and then they will find figure something out.
Richard got to Julian's office. Julian, what is the matter? Asked Julian. Uh, Richard said that he wanted to talk with Henry, and well, he did. Uh, he was trying to get Henry out of the office. He uh, wanted to go out with him, but Henry was not buying it at all. He was saying out loud that uh, uh, that he was asking Richard out loud if Richard wanted to talk with him without Julian present. And he said that all out loud in Julian's presence. Of course, and well, he was, and of course, Julian was trying to be polite, and he was making an impression as if he was not interested at it at all. But he was, he did. He was so invested in this situation. So all his attention was pointed towards the situation. So, uh, Henry did not read this letter properly. He did not see the headline. He didn't know that there was a dress on the back of it. There was some evidence of the article they uh, this of this paper that was taken from this hotel, and actually, Richard was quite stoic.
Stubborn.
No, persistent. He was quite persistent. He said, "It is an urgent. I need to talk to you right now." And Henry was asking him again and again, few times. And only after like short or whatever Richard told that it's emergency, Henry decided to okay, we'll talk outside, whatever. But he left the page upside down, this very page with information about hotel. And Julian at this time was paying close attention towards Henry and Richard. They were almost nose to nose, and all Julian needed to do to find out about everything, he was just needed to put his eye just a bit down. Richard was about to kill Henry, but he couldn't. Not right now. Later. He could save it for later. So he gave a little glance toward Henry, and then a rapid look to the page, and then again to Henry. Henry understood that in an instant. He turned it upside down again, but it was not. But it was not enough because Julian saw that. He didn't saw the backside of the page, but he saw what Henry did, and that something that Richard wanted him to do. So Julian was kinda curious, really, and he took this page and studied it carefully. He even used his glasses. He uh, went through this from all the sides, and now, when Richard heard some keen voices from outside of children who was laughing as if on the Richard, Julian said, well. And this is it. After that, all we left with was Richard's mind. And what was crossing his mind was not a feel of fear or sadness or anger toward Harry. No. The only thing that crossed his mind was humiliation. Unspeakable and something that was not able to compare to anything in his life other than his childhood. Basically, what we don't know yet what was this culmination is about, but probably it was about being caught on something really a shame. Because the thing was not that they killed Barney, not that they killed this farmer, not that uh, they have done all of that stuff, and probably not even about them hiding such a precious moment from their beloved teacher. But it was about how awful that they have done that, how bad our team they were, and just how stupidly they were caught. And that is it for that part. Richard and Henry were standing in front of Julian. Richard didn't know what to say, what to expect. He was so frustrated. He had such a regret and such a shame, such as he never felt since childhood. And suddenly he found the look of Henry's face and he understood that even when he himself, Richard, wanted to kill Henry for all these mistakes that he had done just a moment ago, it was so painful to see the look on his face. He was even more frustrated, even more humiliated, and suddenly he spilled it out. "I can explain," said Henry. I'll hope, I, I hope so. Please do," said Julian. But I really wanted that I would remember some voices about this intonation because I believe I did hear some great Japanese voice actors who were talking with the same energy in their voice, but for some reason nothing is crossing my mind right now, so maybe I'll send it to you later. But anyway, at first Henry was trying to save his face. He was trying to do some excuses, but Julian expressed nothing. No anger, no fear, no shame or interest or nothing. His face was just blank. And then Henry finally decided to uh, talk truth, and he talked on, and Julian was expressing nothing. And at that point, at that moment, Richard wanted to just go away, to just escape that, but Henry was continues his conversation, and it was such a uh, painful view. Finally, Richard decided he um, made feasts. He gathered all his strength and decided to go away. He did that, but no, he didn't. He started his way to the door of the office, and at that moment, Julian stopped Henry and said, "Well, that's enough." And he gave the letter to Henry, and he said that it would be better to be with Henry. This letter would be better to be with Henry. And Richard and Henry left this office. And ever after that, Richard have never seen Julian again. What does it mean? What happened? Because to think of that, uh, if Julian would want to go to police, he wouldn't give this letter to Henry. And uh, I mean, that's a great piece of evidence. Probably he did that because, well, he is still on their side. But then there is a question why Richard have never seen him again. There are a few options. The first one, they killed Julian without Richard, which is an option, but I mean, in this case, author would have to kill Julian off the screen, and because Richard know nothing about that, and it would be just maybe boring. But I'm not sure. It's depends of how they will play that. And once again, from what we have read about Henry's conversation, it seems that when he told that he didn't want to lie, but he felt as if it was necessary. So we still feel that Henry respects Julian a lot, and I really, I'm not really sure that they would kill him. As well, other possibility is that Julian will just change the way of his living. Maybe he will just go somewhere else. Maybe he will quit the school, but um, I'm not sure. Will I mean I believe that for someone like Julian, he should have talked with them about that, even and it's not really important if he forgives them or not, if he's excited or not. So my theory, which I found to be having the most chances, is about Richard. Maybe Richard was so frustrated, he was so humiliated in such a great way, and he was tired of all these adventures that he run into with this company, that he just ran away to some other place, just as Francis, maybe even with Francis they did that, just as Francis offered him, and after that he have never seen this company, or maybe he have seen someone from their company, but he have never seen Julian ever after. So that's my theory. This is it. Richard was reflecting about Julian, his experience with this teacher, and about his experience in general for the past few years. He found out for himself that maybe the best quality of Julian for him was his inability to see people in their true nature. He saw them only how he wanted. And maybe it is as well the best quality of Richard, in his opinion, of course. It's quite a wild state to make because thanks to his blindness, Richard found a lot of you don't write, no use. Uh, Richard was not able to see to foreshadow all these problems. He was not able to avoid them. He was not able to see through Henry, even when there were a lot of uh, details that hinting him that something is wrong. Something is wrong. Maybe he would not be able to find the whole essence of situation, but he could have seen that something is not clear. There are some things they are hiding, and maybe I should just avoid that. But no, he wanted to be part of that. He wanted to uh, became this person that Julian is trying to hone him to be. And that's another great quality of Julian because he's capable of ex- extend no no to get the best of people, to get them in shape in which they will be able to love themselves, to be proud of themselves, to find themselves to be superior to other human beings. And as well, he was able to do that to himself. He created this mask, this avatar of his that he used to for talking with mortal beings. And as well, this avatar uh, made him so narrow minded that he was not able to see people. And because of that, he was not able to see the whole situation with Farmer, with Henry. To think of that, he had quite a lot of evidence, I would say, so quite a lot of ways how he could find out about problems and experiences that his students encountered. But he didn't. He was blind, and his fear, fear of showing himself, fear of seeing his students as they are, it made him blind. And even with that, we can say that we can safely say that Richard was trying to uh, avoid that. He's still trying that. Even when he's writing this book, kind of right. He still don't want that. He doesn't want that. He wants to see Julian as some magic creature, a god of fortune, a god of a father figure after all. Even when he wasn't, he didn't care about. Maybe he cared, but he didn't show that kindness that Richard wanted him to show. He wasn't frustrated. He just showed nothing, and Richard has no clue if at least some bits of what Richard wanted Julian to be is really what he really was. And to go even further, we can say that we were blinded, well, or at least me. I wanted to see Julian as this person who sees everyone through, who's manipulative, who just withholding information this whole time. And author truly made that in magnificent way, outstanding. She never let us be satisfied with Julian's presence. We see him extremely few times in a book, and every time is interesting. Every time we are trying to know, is he telling truth? What does he know? He should have known that. He's so smart. He so through Richard at their first meet or second meeting, and uh, he is such a wise person. He can't just be so blind, right? And as well, there were so many reasons to understand that he is bad person. Not bad, but um, this kind of person who is just lying to himself, to people around him, who just closed within himself and created some avatar that he wants to show everybody, and he's doing that while being in a great terror about anybody seeing him as he is. And there are so many clues, so many situations when he was just doing nothing, when he uh, was literally saying how he hates himself, when he uh, was not able to put the puzzle together, and he didn't even try. He didn't try to get much of information when he, for example, when he um, invited Richard to the dinner. Why haven't he take just at least a bit more information? He had a chance. Richard was worried he could have split a lot of things, but Julian didn't get what he wanted. And did he really wanted that? It's interesting. And we were the same. I was the same. I, to the very end of this book, maybe not very end, but like 80% of this book, I was trying to see him as a person who is out of this world, but he wasn't. And I I'm really impressed that author was able to make such a character and trick readers into the same impression as Richard had, even while giving us all these reasons to see why he isn't that person. This is it.
The dean continued, no matter, we'll call him that. So, the dean uh, continued his jokes about the situation with his Greek class. He was asking about how they were uh, doing their studying, how Julian managed to take examination, what kind of examinations they had before. And Camila was asking him, but I don't think it's really that important. The only thing that I want to emphasize is that nobody else was really in condition to talk with him. At that point, they were all surprised by the fact that Julian had gone. Of fact of Julian's disappearance, and
Disappearance. Appearance это внешний вид, а disappearance. А,
disappearance.
ну
not,
если...
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's correct to say it this way. Appearance is when someone appear, right? Disappearance is when someone disappear.
Давай найдем, может оно есть. Может оно
Okay.
есть.
We will find this after I'll write this note.
Потом, да?
Yeah, I'm recording this. Okay, and so it's not really that important. But the dean offered them some options about how they could solve that problem, because, well, in Hamptons there was no person who would be able to replace Julian, and Julian did not offer anyone, anyone who could replace him. Julian didn't give them any options, and so there was three options. But right after that, the dean left them with only one option, and it was to ask for help from a different school. They decided to send one person to examine this group to decide if they will
If they will...
if they took them,
If they...
if they
А что ты хочешь сказать? Если бы или
если они возьмут,
если они возьмут...
if they took
Take.
him, if they take
Да.
them, and he claimed the time, and as well there was Charles, who just let himself in, and he was rude with the dean, but the dean was quite polite, I would say, and quite calm. I guess it's not about his character. Maybe it's just about the fact that the dean doesn't need to find any more reasons to create problems for this group. I mean, he already has more than enough means of how he could create problems for them and how he could do his revenge for such a behavior of Charles. So he doesn't really need to point at his actions right now. At the action of Charles, at his rudeness. What do you mean by
Я
your
сначала
shaking?
задумалась про согласование времен, хотела тебя остановить. А потом ты начал уже о другой рассказывать.
Okay, so what?
Жалко.
Yeah, what I told was that the dean.
Если was, то дальше
Yeah,
согласование времен. Ага.
The dean had no need to find any new reasons to create problems for reasons and means for creating problems for this group. He already had more than enough. And as well, Camila was surprised, and she was in horror about Charles' appearance. Probably he was sober, but his actions were not sane that at all.
А почему ты сказал, что
Were
Justice был not sane?
who is just?
Justice.
Причем тут
Ты
just?
на записке мне написал, что Justice wasn't sane. Или там same. Я стала думать,
I need more context. I'm not sure about that.
ну, я найду
We
тебе,
will
я
check it.
пришлю,
We will
я
check it.
пришлю тебе. И я подумала, наверное, какой-то чудак. Какой-то чудак.
Oh no. He wasn't just a sane person, but a programmer.
Как?
He wasn't just a sane person, but a programmer.
Потому что он программист?
No. I found a native speaker, and he wasn't just some sane person. He was a programmer.
А,
I'm just joking about
значит, все-таки,
programmers being
значит,
not
все-таки
sane.
немножко это, да?
I'm just joking, not about him, but about all programmers as being not
Конечно, конечно. У них
from this
много
world.
всего, как
Yeah,
говорил Христаков.
I'm just joking about my profession, okay?
Да. Ну, я понимаю, да. Ну, да как ты так его характеризовал, это были первые слова о нем. И я думаю, наверное, он совсем чудак.
No, he's
А
a programmer.
он оказался очень даже, ну как...
I mean, he's a programmer, but
Понятно.
but
Кстати, Миша, он
but
там
he's
был на
quite
заднем
sane
плане,
and polite.
когда ты делаешь интервью, он был на заднем плане, да?
Maybe there's such a possibility. I mean, in these rooms there could be only him, only Justice.
Не только он, да.
There were three people, but
Там их было миллион.
he was only there were in our rooms there was only two people.
Блэк был один.
Yeah, but the black one was only one
Ну
in
да.
that room, so
Да.
it was Justice if you saw him there.
Однако ты мне не написал про Блэк, ты мне написал про Сейн. И я уже стала думать, черти что.
It was joke. Don't take it so serious. We are programmers. We okay, whatever. So this is it. They were just surprised, and Charles was not capable of accepting Julian's disappearance. This is it. Richard gathered all his achievements and all his mights to write this note that would beg the paper that would beg them to give him an opportunity to loan for another year, because he had no money, he had no one to cover up for him, and it was a really awful situation. It still is. There is no action for that. At this point, we don't know how he would solve that problem. So he decided to go to sleep. When he woke up, he decided to go to library to do a type text from that, and he was going to spend whole night typing that. So he did. He went to library, and it was all day thing. On the way there, he met his swear enemy, the ladder, and he had some hard feelings about this stuff. He remembered the times, the hard times he had during winter, and
It was, and as well, he remembered Henry, and he met him actually. He saw one black figure in a black suit, in glasses, and it was Henry. Richard greeted him, but Henry did not respond. He did respond, but he did not tune. He did not even tune his head to Richard's side. He said, "Well, I just got back from Julian's place, and I should have do consequence of tenses, I guess." Um, no one was there. Henry told, "Run away. He's a coward." And as well, there would be a lot more from Henry, but I'll just want to um, make my speech more expressive, to deliver the thoughts, this face, this heartbreaking moment of this half-dead man losing his God, his belief, his father figure, and all of that stuff. So that's what he told. Out there, and there is no Julian there. And the worst scene is that yesterday, Saturday, I had a talk with him, and I would have forgive him if it would be for his angry for losing Barney or for anything else, or maybe he would have toned us down to police. That would be better for my perception of him, because that would have some sense. He would show some guts by doing that, but he didn't. Another thing, he doesn't care about Barney's death. He doesn't care much about us, or he's just afraid. He's just afraid to take responsibility for his peoples. He is afraid to face us, to talk with us. That's not how I imagined him to be, and I believe that he would have done the same in given circumstances, but he doesn't want to admit that. He just choose the most cold way he could, and there's no way for me to forgive him. Richard, for me, Julian was more than a father figure. I loved him more than my own father. I love him more than anyone in this world. And now I don't know how to feel about that. Did Julian, that I how I knew him to be, did he really existed? Was there this person that I took him to be, or or there was no one actually? Well, was it just my perception of him, and just and the worst thing that we know that for Richard, that's as well true. That's a heartbreak moment. The punch to the very core of Richard, just the same as to Henry. And that's what it is. Julian is not a person they wanted him to be. That's it. Richard and Francis came to Charles. It took them like a half of an hour to make him open the door, and he opened it only slightly and he gave them a gaze and trust one, just as if author wanted once again to do a reference to one Russian book, and just to show just as if she wants to do this line that connects that shows us as a state of mind of these people, the kind of fear that they share together. And he Charles found out that there was only the two of them. He let them in. It was a lot of trash inside. It was littered awfully. His flat was littered awfully. Richard at first even saw something, and he even saw that it was a rat, but it appeared to be a cat. Charles Charles' forearms were scratched by this animal. By the way, right now I found out something interesting. You know, sometimes when person has no ground under his feet, when he cannot trust anyone, he's still a person. He needs to be connected with someone, with something, to be part of something bigger. And maybe this cat is another way of him to be not alone, because he cannot trust anyone. And when he found this chance to trust Richard and maybe even Francis, he grew up on it, because, well, he doesn't really have a choice. He doesn't want to be alone. He wants to escape this fear, this unease. So there was some conversation. Charles trusted at first only Richard, but Richard convinced him to trust Francis as well. And on during this conversation, Charles managed to insult the dear Francis, and it just this one episode between Charles and Francis, and as well Francis and Richard, are making these conversations so much more complicated. And I'm not sure how to put that, but I'm sure author did that on purpose, just to have maybe to just have some fun over the reader. And we saw that actually this words of Charles really hearted cut have cut Francis to the heart. But anyway, they continued, and Charles showed some bottle that was given to him by Henry, and Richard immediately found out that it was these drugs that Richard gave to Henry. And if Charles would take them with alcohol, it could kill him, could have him killed. And at first it seems like an I mean, it's awful thing to do. It's not moral thing to do, but if we look from perspective of Henry, who is in despair, he wants to kill Charles as soon as possible, and without him being in a guilt, I think it's not the worst option, because there's at first law, because of course these drugs are prohibited without the words of doctor. But the thing is, he took them from Richard, and he can put a blame on him, and as well uh, he can just say that he didn't know that it would kill Charles, and as well he has an alibi not only for policemen that he was willing to take them with alcohol himself, but as well it, because another thing is that he probably doesn't want other people of their group to know that he killed Charles, right? Because if he would kill him by kicking him off the cliff or by poisoning him, it would be suspicious to other people like Camilla, Richard, Francis. But uh, if Charles would die because of these drugs, Henry can say that, oh, I just wanted him to sleep well, and actually he does. But uh, I mean, Henry was taking these drugs himself, so he just can say that, well, he didn't know, or he, uh, from his first experience, knew that it was not as dangerous as they say, or something like that. So there was some chance of convincing other members of their group into believing in this situation. But after all, they managed to get Charles into the car, and for some reason he decided to take his cat with him, and this is it. Richard got a phone call from Henry, and in the middle of this conversation, Richard mentioned the pills that Henry gave to Charles. Henry was trying to convince him that it was an accident, that he didn't give him nothing on purpose. But from the fact of how easily he got the idea of what kind of pills the speech was about, we can easily say that he did that on purpose, and probably he even wanted to kill him. It was not an accident. It was not on Charles' part. And Henry asked about Charles, about his whereabouts. Suddenly, Richard heard a sound of someone taking picking up a phone on the parallel line. And here we just for a second will run into some interesting information. It will be helpful if someday you will need to uh, prove that you first-handedly saw dinosaurs, and if you will need to prove this to young people, you can mention this information. They will believe you with ease. So, at old ancient times, people used phones that are connected to the building. Not only that, but there was this concept of having a single line for a few phone boxes. Sometimes when people were lucky enough to pick a phone on the same time, they could hear the conversation at two different places. And as well, they were not able to speak while other phone is still active. So in these cases, neighbors had to wait for each other to make their phone calls. And that's exactly what happened here. Richard was talking with Henry, and In the middle of that, Charles picked up a phone and he was listening to their conversation. Henry didn't know about that, and uh, he told Richard that it was great that Richard took Charles away to the country and that they needed to keep him there for some time. And he picked up a phone. I mean, not he didn't, but Richard ran upstairs to just tell Charles that it was not what it sounded like and all of that stuff, but it was too late. From Charles' perspective, it sounded that Richard betrayed him. He was not only working with Henry, but as well he lied to him. He was going behind his back, and now he have no one to trust because Francis was suspicious from beginning, and only Richard managed to win some trust from Charles. And now he has nothing to be connected with in this world. By the way, at this point, I realize that maybe we won't see a Charles again. Maybe he will do the job himself. But let's see. And Richard was trying to convince him. He was talking everything as it is. But there was no use. Charles did not believe him, and Richard just gave up, went downstairs, threw himself on a couch, and started learning his language again to prepare for his examination, his tests, and so on. And he fell asleep. Suddenly, he was woke up by Charles, who did not treat that gently, to be honest, and he was in panic. He wanted Richard to wake up at that very moment. He told that Charles had disappeared and that he had been looking everywhere, but there was no hope. And Richard started helping him. He went upstairs in Charles' room. It is great that at that moment we saw that Richard is capable of some thinking process. He was able to notice that Charles did not took any scenes with him and that it can be some kind of evidence that he's going to return. Or, as I told a few minutes before, maybe he doesn't need these scenes anymore. Maybe at the place where he is going to visit, he don't need any of scenes that mortals have. Maybe in the afterlife he will not need any of this stuff. And there was not any mention about his kitten. Maybe it will play some role as well. But anyway, um, they started looking outside, and this guy who was walking nearby told that actually Charles took his truck. He promised to Charles promised that he would be back in 50 minutes, but it was 90 minutes ago, and Charles and Francis and Charles Francis and Richard uh, did not know what to do, and uh, the only options that they saw was just going back to house and waiting for Charles, waiting for their destiny, and just uh, putting some emphasis on just a pure luck. And probably that's it for this page. Yeah, that's what it is. This time I decided to not retell the page, but only to discuss events in the order that I will be more interested in. Because I just don't want to break the pace. So what is the reason of Charles' behavior and Henry's? I believe that for Charles, Henry have took everything from him, and um, I'm not uh, talking about a literal. I mean, it's not as if he took his sister, he took his friends. No, I'm saying about something more deep than that, because um, as I heard from you, twins parents have died many years ago, and I have read and experienced that the main motivation for people in most cases is something that is laying beyond their interests. It's something that they do for other people or ideas or anything else that is not connected with their direct something that they from what they don't directly gain something. And I believe that for Charles, main motivation for his life, main um, backbone for him was taking care of Camilla, because Camilla, same as him, lost her parents, and she's woman. She was a girl, and she needs protection, and she needed protection, and it Charles took that role. Well, he had a purpose in his life. He needed to protect this creature. And because of that, he became overprotective. He wanted everyone to be away from her, because at first she really needed it, because she was young, and uh, but then when they became the part of this Greek group, and she just grew up, she has her character, her money, her everything. uh, she doesn't need protection that much, but for Charles, but Charles really needed to feel that he still protects her. It's still one of his main purposes, and because of that, he was overprotective. Uh, he wanted to prove that to himself, and uh, what hurted him the most was not Henry. It's not as if Charles doesn't trust Henry so much that he believes that he will make Camilla miserable or something like that. It's about just it's about Camilla who trusts Henry more than to Charles. It's about the change of their roles. Charles has no longer any need to protect her, and it made him angry. That's the reason why he was so angry with Henry, and why he was beating Camilla, because it's the same scenes that sometimes happens between children and parents. Sometimes uh, overprotective uh, parents just are not ready to let their children go, and that's the same that happened to uh, Camilla to Camilla and to Charles. So it's one of the things that Charles lost. As well, he's not that rich. He doesn't have that much opportunities, and what harms him even more is that his friends, they as well trust Henry more, and uh, he doesn't have anyone to trust. And what harms him the most probably was that actually for quite a long time Charles himself felt comfortable following Henry's orders. He felt comfortable when somebody was giving him instructions for his actions. It was comfortable for him to be uh, protected, to be uh, driven by someone. And now, when he lost trust of Camilla, his friends, his whatever his feel of self necessity. It's not even. I believe that what scares him the most is not even uh, his feel of lack of defense about himself, but just the absence of meaning. He doesn't have anyone to live for. He doesn't have anything to protect. He doesn't, because I believe that that's what was driven him his whole life. He, Camilla needed protection, and he had uh, friends that was valuing him, and now he believes that they don't, and that's the reason why he's so angry with Henry, and that's the reason why he didn't kill him immediately, because not only for people around him but as well for himself, he wants to be the one who leads the tribe, and he wants to see Henry scared, to see, he wants to prove that um maybe he is the one with power, maybe, or something like that. I'm not sure. I guess I need more time to uh, shape this idea. Um and that's probably the reason why Henry uh, did not show any scare, and was why he was provoking, because maybe Henry understood that that was what Charles needed, and because of that he didn't give him that, and that's how Henry believed, that's the way that Henry found to be the most uh, the safest. He found it to be the safest, and as well, I want to point out that this idea of someone who was all the time in the lead, who was the one to be driven everyone, and then uh, the situation when one of his followers became independent, and uh, it broke the leader, and the leader was trying to um, once again feel power over this person. It's not exactly what's happening between Henry and Charles, but I just want to point out that I just a few minutes before uh, found this interesting uh, connection between two pieces of media that I have consumed. The one of them is The Secret History, and the second one is Berserk, anime and manga. Uh, that I'm not sure we should read and watch, because at one hand it's a masterpiece. There's no doubt about that. It's one of the most popular manga of time, one of the most beautiful panels. But at the other hand, there are two problems. The first one, it's long, it will take a lot of time, and the second one, it's violent. Violent. I mean, there are a lot of blood, and trust me, the Secret History cannot compare to that. It's like the most violent scenes that I have ever seen. So I'm not sure if it will be correct to uh, uh, introduce you to that kind of media. That's one of the most of my biggest problems with this manga, because uh, I like the plot and the ideas, but it's so violent to me.
А что это слово?
Violent, жестоко.
А, violent.
Violence, right. So I'm not sure if we should consume this piece of media. But anyway, another scene is short to Richard. I just want to point out that it is probably the best moment for them to get. Maybe it was an accident. I believe he would kill Henry before Richard. But the thing is, now Richard has a bullet in his belly, and if they want to kill Richard one day, maybe it's the best one. I mean, they can just take their time, calling ambulance, and maybe it will be enough for him to die, or maybe they can give him some alcohol or something. I don't know, but it's a great opportunity for them to get rid of Richard. But probably they won't, because, well, there are only about 20 pages left. And this is it probably for this page. Okay, this time I'm not sure what to say about the end of this book, so I will just retell what happened. Maybe I'll came up with something during the way. Anyway, so Henry brought up a topic about Charles, okay, about them about that they had a need to erase Charles from the face of the earth. And at this moment, when everyone was stunned, especially Camilla, Charles let himself in, and he had a gun. He made Camilla go out of the way. Even Richard stopped eating his yummy meat. And Charles wanted to kill Henry, but for some reason he kept his time. He was listening to Henry, and he wanted something from him. It was not enough to just kill Henry, to get rid of him as of a threat for him and his sister. No, it was something more than that. It was about himself. He was doing that for. By the way, it does sound interesting in the context of Henry's words. Henry told that if you need to blame someone for your problems, it's you. And it really does sound interesting in this context, because let's say that the problem of Charles is Henry. Henry stole his sister, his friends, his feel of safety. You can kill him and everything will be over, right? I mean, if you're not going to kill him, you wouldn't take a gun with yourself, right? But Charles doesn't do that. He needs something more than that. He needs that, and probably not even to people around him, because I don't think that they will respect him more, or that Camila will trust him after that, or something like that. No, it was only for him, for him, only for Charles. He wanted to gain some kind of emotional state, some he wanted to gain something from Henry, to prove something to himself and maybe to Henry. He wanted Henry to be scared, but he wasn't. And actually Henry even was provoking Charles. And then, when once again, not to kill Henry, but to make him afraid, he just shoot to the air. He wanted to shoot to the air. Charles wanted to shoot to the air, but um, he didn't manage it because Francis threw a bottle of wine to his face.
Миша, где мамин сенсорный телефон?
Я его не трогал.
А куда он делся? Он под зеркалом или что?
Я не знаю. Куда она его положила, значит, там и лежит.
Мама, короче, наверху его нет.
So, what I want to say is that he was doing that for himself, not to get rid of the threat, but to prove something. And as well, maybe there's other
Кирпич. Миша,
possibilities.
где мамин кирпич?
Other possibility is that actually Charles is kind of kind to animals. He doesn't. He was against murdering bunnies the most. He was afraid to do that. He wanted to run away, most of them, and maybe he was. He at the last moment he just realized that he was not ready to murder Henry with his own hands. Before that, by the way, who did kill Bunny? I mean, who pushed him? It was Henry,
Там не показано.
but probably it wasn't Charles. I believe that Charles was somewhere on the side.
Это могли быть только Генри и Камила.
Maybe, okay. Maybe he was just afraid to kill somebody, to murder somebody, but whatever. So Francis threw a glass of wine to Charles' face. At this moment, Henry just flew off his chair. He caught Charles' arm with the one that he had gone in which he had gone. But before that, Charles managed to shoot 4 times, one of which one of these bullets found its place in Richard's belly, and after that, Barney managed to took away the pistol and put Charles on the chair. After some attempts, he stopped trying and was just sitting there with his head back to down, or wine over his face, together with blood, and it was quite a violent scene, I would say. At this moment, Richard was wondering. He wanted to say to everyone, and he found this moment when they started worrying about window. He told that, well, there's a slight problem. I mean, that is even worse than, even a bit worse than this window. It's me. I was shot, but no one cared much. I mean, it wasn't said that they don't care, but they were not panicking about that, because after that they just didn't have enough time to take a think about Richard, because, well, Camila, she's worried about, Charles. Francis is just scared. He's white. He can think straight, and Henry just about to kill himself. So, I mean, maybe it's not about them being bad friends, but about them just being not mentally prepared for this situation. And there was some knocking on the door. Henry, at least, kissed Camille. At first, he was invited her using his same hand in which he called her, using the make a hand gesture, the same using the same hand in which he had gone, and of course Camilla was scared, but he didn't intend to hurt her. He kissed her behind her eyebrows, or in the middle of her eyes, somewhere on her nose. And Richard doesn't know what he told her, but after that he let innkeeper in, and just after that he raised his hands. At first they thought that he wanted to kill innkeeper and his wife, but then he raised it even higher and put it near his temple. There were two shots. The second one actually was accident, because it was made because of this force that was created by the first shot. And after that, there was some blow wind that was created because of the open door and this rack on the window, as if something or someone was leaving this room with this flow wind. And then Henry fell on the ground on his knees and then on the carpet. And this is it for this part of the book. We only have afterwards of the author of Richard, so probably the next part will not tell us the story in the present time. It was I believe that it probably will be about Richard retelling, giving his experience about whatever happened and his guesses about the reasoning. So this is pretty much it. I think that we won't get any information that Richard didn't have. Probably, I believe that Richard already gave us in this part of the book all the information that he had about these characters, about this situation. After that, he will just bring us some other events and his own thoughts about whatever happened. And this is it for this retell. I'm not sure about the reasoning why Henry killed him, murdered him, killed. Okay, maybe when you kill himself, it's kill. Okay, not murder. I'm not sure. I guess I need to take some time think about that. This is it. That the special edition of this series of retelling the secret history. I will try to predict future of these characters, but this I will milk it for a long time because I have no ideas right now. I mean, very little, very few of ideas, and I will make up my series just during the time when I speak, so it will take some time and I will just be inconsistent. So, first of all, probably Charles. As Henry told, he quote, "You can kill me and it will be the stupidest thing you ever did in your life." I mean, it wasn't his quote, but something about that. And was it bluffing from his side? Partially, yes, but I believe that Henry really meant it. He really believed in that, and I actually agree with him at this count because um, surely Henry created a lot of problems for the team. It all started from his decision to start these rituals, from his diary, and from lot more that was he was a source of big part of their problems. And as well for Charles, he was a problem because of his connection to his friends and to his sister. Вы тут, да?
Да.
But from other side, from all these problems that Charles encountered with Henry, let's be honest, a lot of them was Charles' faults. And I'm not talking about him taking part in these rituals or something like that. I'm talking about his own perception of situation. It was his decision to worry about his sister, to be so obsessed with protecting her. It was his decision to find the situation to see the situation from this angle, as if Henry is stealing people around him. It was his decision to just drunk and became a threat to Henry. It became a problem for all team. It was consequences of his decisions, and as well, it was his okay, not decisions. It was not his conscious decision, but it is consequences and his responsibility to uh, perceive situations this way, and to be so afraid of Henry. It's his decisions, it's his responsibility. So I believe after Henry's death, Charles will not be satisfied, not only because he didn't kill him, and he will be miserable. And I'm not even talking about him ending up in prison, because let's be honest, there was four shots. He shooted Richard, and he was uh, about to shoot Henry. So he will end up in prison probably. Да я через 20 минут покормлю, если хочешь покормлю. So probably he will end up responsible for that, because it's modern times, there are finger trips. They won't be able to say that it was Henry who started all these troubles. But I don't think that it will be the main source of his miserability. I'm not sure how to. I think that he just won't be able to go back to these relationships with not only with his sister, but as well with other friends, all other part of this group, because as far as I know, Charles doesn't have much connection with people from other groups in Hampton. He doesn't have parents, and Camilla will be strongly affected by the situation with Henry, as well as all other people, because, well, it was quite a night, right? And he will be alone again. He will be blamed. I'm not sure if he will blame himself for that, but by other people, by his friends, for sure. By Camilla, particularly, yes, as well. I have no doubt about that. So all I could say is that, well, he will be in prison, and I'm not sure about how is he going to uh, get out of these troubles, because probably Richard was not a prison, because well, I'm not sure how many years passed since these events before he wrote a book.
9.
9 лет?
Да.
And he wasn't not writing it from prison, right? Or we don't know that.
Ты спрашиваешь про тюрьму?
Да, он писал это, он же не писал это из тюрьмы, да?
Нет, нет.
So, well, he won't be responsible. So somehow, because well, because of all these murders, if it would, uh, if police would be able to find this information, he won't be free in only 9 years, right?
Да.
And I'm just really wondering how did they escape that situation because uh, you know they will ask them about reasons of this evening. I don't think that they would be able to say that Charles just got drunk and decided to kill Henry, right?
Да.
And
Да.
the death of Barney looks quite suspicious in this context. So, how did they escape that? How did they convince police that they're innocent, or at least Richard is?
А как бы ты объяснил полиции все это?
Well, I would try to say that, well, Charles is overprotective brother, and he was angry with Henry that uh, he started dating with Camilla, and he got drunk, and because of that, he was trying to kill Henry, and we stopped him, but we don't know why Henry killed himself. It's a mystery for us too. And
То есть ты рассказал бы правду?
no, I didn't tell about the murder of Bonnie and about the murder of Farmer because well, it's way more complicated in reality. But I would tell the part of truth, the part as much as it would be. Enough to be at least a bit uh, convincing. But at the same time, if I tell this information, there is a chance that Charles could say something because he can be a problem. He can try to take them with him, especially because he considers Richard to betray him.
Мгм.
So he
Ну
can
да.
try to take them down with him, and he has all the power to do that. So I don't know what to say. I mean, I know a lot of scenes. I can say a lot of scenes, but I'm not sure about any scene at this point. I'm not sure how Camila will react because it's quite a cruel, to say to the person that you love him, to love her before murdering you, before killing yourself. And as well, he told something to her that we don't know about. And as well, I want to just point out at how cruel the author is because uh, she ended the chapter at uh, as like after a few strings after Henry killed himself. So we won't see Charles' reaction, the reaction of other people, and we won't
Мгм.
see a big part of the story. And
Да.
it's just cruel, but I do understand why that she did that because, well, it's good to have some parts covered, such as the murder of Bonnie, because we don't know a lot of details. Um, and what about Julian? He'll learn this, but I'm sure that Richard won't have this information because he told that it was their last meeting. So it's sad that we won't see the reaction of Julian on this event, but whatever. I just trying to say that there are so many ways how um, the story can end up, because I won't wonder about almost any uh, way how these characters will end up, because will how much of a punch it will be for Camille. I mean, sure, it will influence her strongly, because Henry was uh, protective figure for her, and now he's dead and he killed himself. And Francis, he was scared to half over death even before Henry murdered before Henry killed himself. And Richard, I guess we will see his thoughts at least. And probably this is it. I mean, there are a lot of scenes that probably can be said, but it will. I'll just fly from place to place without any real plan, because it's hard to predict from the information that we were given. We started reading epilogue of this book. Richard told that most importantly, it was the first scene that was crossing our mind, the scene we were worried the most about. It's his French exam. Thanks God, uh, he got a good excuse to wind himself some time thanks to this bullet. So everything was fine, probably. I mean, of course, at this point we could just skip the last part of the book, but we decided to read. For some reason, we decided to read uh, another to continue our reading. So Richard got very lucky. Bullet did not touch, yeah, maybe touched, but did not harm his internal organs. It just went through him, and he took his dear time uh, portraying the scenes that he saw and heard on the way to the hospital. Just by doing this, he told us how much of uh, how much it worked for him, this event, how his time was slowing, and how uh, much emotions he and maybe some regrets, maybe some conclusions he did because of this whole evening, I would say, or just day. And after that, we found out about, we found some of his thoughts about um, Henry. It appeared that Henry somehow, after two gunshots directly into his head, he managed to survive for 20 hours. It was quite a feat. No one, including doctors, suspected that. And um, Richard was wondering, how did that happen? How could Henry survive for so long after such a grave injury? And he even was brave enough to say that probably Henry didn't want to die. Maybe it was all part of his plan. Maybe he was shooting in such special way, or maybe she just was holding to his dear life. Maybe at the last moment he decided that he wants to leave, or it just complicated. And as well, the business with Julian was uh, heavy to him. He for himself decided that it was not an act of fear, of desperation. It was considerable decision, and that's another thing, another reason why author choose to write this book from the point of Richard, because now Richard is the author and he's free to write his own conclusions. And by doing this, Donald Hart has ability to manipulate our opinion extremely well. Because if Donald Hart would be an author, if she told that probably that this happened, right? Not probably, but he won't. She won't be able to say that. She would have to do this through dialogue, to dialogue with some character between Richard and some other character. She won't be able to do that with author speech, and because of that, it won't be as convincing as it is when Richard is uh, the author. Uh, Another example is situation with Henry, who told Richard about that murder. At the end, we did not got to know Henry's point of view. We don't really know if it was true, or how much of it was true that Henry purposely told Richard to make him help him. We don't know that, but because of the fact that Richard is the author, and we have quite a lot of faith in this information, and as well there a space for author to say that maybe Richard interpreted this events this way. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he memorized it wrong. So there is still space to say that, well, it was told that that was the reason, but well, it was just Richard's opinion. Maybe it was. So there are just more space for interpretation when uh, Richard is the author. This is it. We got an interesting theory during the process of reading this page. So Richard had an idea that it was all thanks to Julian, and that Henry wanted to keep these principles that he got from Julian and to end his life according to them. As well, he described some new details that we didn't see before that. Uh, he described how happy Henry was, how broad was his smile, and how um, confident he was while just a second before killing himself. And thanks to this information and some lines before that in Garden, how he was talking about that these matters, and because of that we got such a series that actually the philosophy that Julian gave to Henry, especially to Henry and for himself, was exactly what he told. Uh, Beauty is terror, or something like that. Exactly that. And as well, life is show, is strategy that he uh, Henry deeply believed that the value of one's life should be measured not by such mere things as success, his effect on society, happiness, family, nation, or religion, or anything else. It should be measured as an art value, as a value of the story, how entertained it is, how much one has emphasis in his life, some points that cannot be described as boring, something that is so out of the range of normal person perception that it just breaks his mind, that is hard to accept and understand. A tragedy, a true art. And maybe when Henry killed himself, he did that totally on purpose and he decided that it was the best option. Not because it was so selflessness or because he had no other choice or because he was feared or despair, but because it is such a beautiful ending, such a cruel one. He gave his last words to Camilla. He did not just kill himself, he prepared he did the groundwork to save everyone. And they did that in the middle of such a uproar as this day was. After all this shooting and fighting, he set a bullet in his hand in front of uh, two people who were in total, no, not in two people, actually, in front of all these people who were in such a horror, in front of his beloved one. And he painted everything in such a graceful way that it will never be forgotten by any of people who were experiencing this scene. And that's what, in his opinion, gave his life a true value, a purpose. And actually, I really like to think this way because at first I thought that, well, he just make up some kind of excuse to kill himself. He was just so feared that he decided to just uh, kill himself, pretending that he was trying to save everyone, pretending to say that he is so principled that he uh, proves that he was in such a great control. But now, in this context, I like it very a lot. Of course, I'm not agree with Henry, but it's so much more beautiful and poetic when character dies not because of despair, fear, or weakness, but because of the highest, but dies in the highest point of his moral, dies uh, in an accord to his principles, and well, that's great in my opinion. As well, there were some other minor details such as Camila and Francis and Charles who left Hampden and the day on the very day of Henry's funeral, or Francis who did not started learning in summer, or Richard who went on the job without even fully recovered. uh, and probably this is it. I mean, uh, there are many details, but I believe that this one was the main one. And as well, I should also tell about the perspective of police. They decided that Henry wanted to kill himself in front of his friends to make this show, and they were trying to stop him. And in the middle of this, Richard got a bullet in his belly, and this window was broken, and as well as a proof, there was the fact that Henry left his car to Richard. So everything was pointing at the fact that Henry was trying uh, to do a suicide for some time. And this is it for this page. Okay, I'll try to summarize my thoughts about this passage. So Henry killed, murdered that farmer, and he was scared. He wanted to escape responsibilities for that actions. Then he had no choice but to kill Bonnie, and it was another extreme event for him. And I guess we need to check this pages about preparation, but as far as I remember, Henry was worried a lot about that. He was not able to sleep. He was in an extreme stress, and after they murdered Bonnie, after some time, after this funeral, after he got dirty and paid his price, because in funeral he was putting dirt on himself. He was still feeling guilt, and because of that he was not he was a sinner because he felt guilt about his actions. But soon after these events, after Barney's death, after this meeting with family, and some time to think, he decided that, well, maybe it was not a mistake. Maybe it was great. Maybe it changed my life for better. And after he was able to free himself from regrets, he became free and he understand a lot of things. Uh, he was able to be present, because before that he was at one hand worried about being normal, about uh, not crossing the line, about just being a some kind of modern human. Of course, he wanted to go away from that, and he uh, okay, it's, you know, you hear these words of his when he told that he wanted to buy a house and a few kilometers of territories around it, so just to not see any other people. So basically, he wants to be part of this drama, to be part of the show, to meet this expectation of Julian and his Greek uh, perception of world, to uh, but at the same time he is scared of people around him. He is scared about their opinion, about responsibilities that can be put upon him. And because of that, all the time he was thinking about, uh, at one hand, being accepted by society, and in other, about regrets, about uh, the feel of his own shame and his cowardice, about the fact that he was not able to meet his uh, values, to live according to them. But after he freed himself from regrets and after he murdered these people, he understood that, well, maybe my life is not that boring. Maybe there are some peaks, and sometimes there are right times for the show, and there is nothing bad about waiting for them to happen. Or maybe he just convinced himself that, well, he is not a trembling creature. He's capable of doing stuff, of making a story. And then he allowed himself to enjoy the life because he was able to be present. He was freed from these thoughts, from this um, madness that I described before that. Madness about his care of society and his need to be uh, meeting these Greek standards. Now he understood that, well, he worthy of that. He worthy of his. He did not betray his values, and because of that, he allowed himself to be happy, to enjoy some scenes in his life. But then, when Julian read that note, it was too much of a stress for Henry, and he was not able to uh, be devoted to his promises, to his ideas. He started to feel guilt. He was scared. He was regretting that. He believed that it was all mistake. He wanted to quit that. He wanted to go back in time and just not kill anybody, or just to not tell Julian about that because he was ashamed of his actions. He uh, took them as something outrageous and not acceptable. Basically, he betrayed his standards, his own perception of this world, and the concept of beauty and terror itself. And because of the, and it was downfall of Henry, because he, as I told before, just betrayed that all. But then, when at that very room when Charles was trying to kill Henry, and at that moment when Henry decided for himself to do that, he decided to kill himself, he once again got back to his principles. He understood how he could make a great show, and how he can live uh, um, live accordingly to this to live with a great beauty and terror at the same time. And that's why he was smiling, because by killing himself, he proved for himself, and in his opinion for people around him, that he is truly devoted, that he worthy of his beliefs. And well, he killed himself, and it was triumph of his character. This is it. So I got some kind of theory about this whole hands scene in the secret history, about the difference between philosophy of Barney's family and Henry and Julian's philosophy, right? Um, so the first time we see how they the first time we see them doing something with their hands is when Charles and Francis cleared their hands, and well, it's uh, just about them being scared that they would have to uh, dirt themselves with such a crime. And actually, it's not really that interesting, probably, but it's example of I guess it was made just to point attention of viewers uh, at this gesture of there, because the more we see examples of this action, the more attention we'll pay to that. um, as well, when Camilla and Henry cleared their hands, it's I don't quite understand it fully at this point, because I do understand about Henry, because probably for Henry it was conscious decision. He believed himself to be worthy of killing this person, and maybe with his consciousness he was taking this as a good scene, as a show, as something that uh, makes his life feel more alive, something that brings sense and reason for his existence. But for Camila, actually, we don't know all the details about their relationships. But the thing is, I don't think that Camila was sharing the same mindset as Henry. I don't think that he uh, shared these ideas of his with her, but I don't know this for sure. I guess we need to pay attention to that as well, and maybe pay attention to this episode when she got a wound in the river, or where, or it's a lake, when she was bleeding. I think we need to pay attention to her reaction at that point. Maybe she shares this as well, but um, for now it's a mystery for me why she cleared her hands. And now we got to the funeral, but before that I want to talk about uh, the reason why I believe Henry was despising Bunny so much. I don't really think that it's only about money, or or the danger that he was portraying, or the kind of danger he was. I think it's also about the difference in their philosophy. You know, uh, Barney's okay. Let's start with Henry. Henry, as we told before, probably values. He was mad. He had some kind of madness about this whole drama thing, about show, and because of that, he was not able to enjoy his life, because he was not able to find something worthy of attention. And only when uh, something as bright, as special as the mother of this man happened. Only then he allowed himself to enjoy some peaceful stuff. But at the same time, and as well when he killed himself uh, in that room in the hotel, it was another triumph of his ideology. And the thing is, what I'm trying to say here is that there are not really that many people who knew about this action of his, about the mother of farmer, about the reality why Henry killed himself. Because, well, of course, this story about teenager, maybe not teenager, about Henry killing himself and his friends trying to stop him is dramatic, but not nearly as dramatic as the story in general, right? So what I'm trying to say is that I think that Henry was not after people's attention. He was not after the show for other people. Because, Greek itself is not a popular stuff. It's a rare stuff, only for the chosen ones, only for special people, only for not sane ones, right? So I believe that is the main difference between Barney's family and Henry. Because Barney's family is obsessed with show. But not
Popular show.
yeah, but popular one, not about drama, about all this stuff. But the difference is they are doing this for people around them, and for as many as they can find. They're obsessed with being as as being taken as someone rich, someone smart, someone special. And with all that, they believe that working was not something that they should do and all that stuff. So what I'm trying to say, that they are value themselves as long as they are being valued by people around them. That's what matters to them. And I believe that's why Henry was not able to respect Barney, and why it's another reason why he had such a bad opinion about Barney, because of the difference in their philosophy. And on the Barney's funeral, Henry dirted himself, dirted his clothes with his hands. As LD told me, it was probably about his soul, because yeah, with his mind, with his mind, he knew that he done the right thing, and he was not blaming himself. But he was not prepared. He was too weak, too unexperienced to go with his ideas all the way. It just takes a long time for person to mature in such a different way. And because of that, he was just too weak to rule his emotions, and his emotions were about guilt. He saw all these miserable people who were trying to seem so miserable, and about all this stuff. So he was just when he was doubting himself, he was just led by his felt of guilt. But what also I want to point your attention at is Bunny's mother. What was her name?
Я не помню, Миш.
Okay, no, doesn't matter. Bunny's mother. Bunny's mother will do. She was in gloves.
She was
in gloves.
gloves.
Gloves,
Мгм.
okay. I
Не was in gloves,
she was wearing gloves.
Или
And what I'm trying to say, maybe she was not that, or angry, or feeling any regrets about action, about his upbringing. Maybe it's another part of a show, and maybe she's a viewer. She is in gloves. She doesn't touch that. She she doesn't feel guilt about whatever she could change. She doesn't. Uh, she's just another viewer because that's his story. That's his show. Such a bright topic, and by being in these gloves, not doubting him gloves, not doubting herself, or not trying to clear herself from that. She's just a viewer. She goes with whatever happens and trying to use that for her show. That's what I was trying to say. And probably this is it for now. The three of them were going to Francis' apartment, and Francis decided to share his experiences about Henry, how he felt about his death. It was really hard for him to accept that event, and he have ever seen him in some strangers or in some buildings behind the glasses or across river, or even when he was dying in that bathtub. And these images were so real, especially the last one, that it almost seemed like a part of reality. And as well, he believed that if there was a person to overcome death, then it had to be Henry. Richard agreed. He as well was having this kind of illusions, especially when he was laying in that hospital. Camilla decided to stop this conversation, but I want to add some extra food for our minds. From the perspective of philosophy, or uh, when you believe in determination of the world, when you try to find the meaning of life, some rules that will tell you what you should do with this life, or what will decide if your life was good or bad, or was it meaningful, or have you done have you fulfilled your purpose or something like that. But the problem is you can't really say something for sure. You can't really find a perfect answer for these essential questions, because there is no in my opinion, okay, there is no exact meaning, there is no ready to go answers. You are free in the most horrific way you can even imagine, because when you're perfectly free, it's up to you to choose what you want to believe in. And only when you choose something that inspires you, only then you can find a purpose. But even then, there is no guarantee that you will keep this belief to the end of your days, or that other people will understand you, or that you will be right, because there is no right or wrong. It's all artificial terms, and of course, it all sounds as if I am milking the topic, which it of course which it of course is. But I wanted to say that all these things, all these boundaries of self and this stuff are subjective. Who is you? Where is the boundaries of you? Where is the end of person? What divides a person from the world outside? Because we choose to name subject as they are. We choose to um, classify scenes as alive or dead, as you or me. And in this sense, what is the difference between memory about person and a person itself? If you say, we will say that, oh, a live person has physical body, but your memories are also physical. It's also a part of physical world. It's this joke, right? When uh, somebody was claiming that there is no God, and then uh, but it's not true. There is a God. We are talking about him. There is God as a character in books. There is God in human minds. He's in reality. He's a part of our society and all of that stuff. If there is a term, if there is word, character, or anything else, it means that it exists. And I just was inspired to this idea through Julian's work when he told that there always were ghosts, but now we just call them in different ways, something as subconsciousness or memory or anything like that. And in some way it's true, because you choose what you believe in, and we as society choose these knowledges. We art and create sense to all this, all the things that happen around us. So maybe he is alive in some sense, well, maybe he's not. It's up to you to believe in whatever you want to believe. So Camila asked Francis and Richard to stop their conversation about Henry, the possibility of him being alive, because she knew it was not true. It was not possible. And for her, it was the hardest thing to accept. It was her wildest dream, but she knew it wasn't gonna happen. And it was heartbreaking for her to hear such speeches as this. And she had to leave this Boston. Они были в Бостоне?
Они были в Бостоне.
Yeah, she had to leave Boston at Friday. Richard had some more time. He could have left it Sunday. So here they are on the train station. There's a rainy and окей, ладно, мне это отвлекает. So here is this rain, and Francis right now is busy buying book for okay, maybe it's not really that romantic music. So Francis is busy somewhere. He's going somewhere. He wants to buy a book for Camila to give her some way how he can spend this time in while she will be in train. And by the way, I forgot to point attention while we were reading that right now he doesn't want to kill himself, right? And actually he cares. He wants Camila and Richard probably too to feel good about him. He wants to uh, keep connection with them, right? So yes, he found someone who cares about him, and it was enough for him to find another reason to leave. But still, we did not find out about his relationship with this girl who is has a unique ability to kill any conversations. So probably he decided to marry her, and so at one hand he had the same options, and before that he decided to kill himself. But now, thanks to Richard and Camila, he found some reasons to leave, and maybe he found some way out of this of that situation, which is probably good. So Richard, it was way too hard for him to walk, to see her just go away, to disappear from his life. There was a great possibility that they won't meet again. So he finally told that aloud, said that aloud. I love you. I want you to marry me. Oh, it's kind of it's always hard for me to watch or read this kind of media when I just feel like, oh, it's so bad. I mean, it's so cringe because I feel like if I would be in their situation, if I would be in front of Julian explaining how I kill the mother of my friend, or right now with Camila, or when Richard stole lied to that professor who gave him $200, it would be really cringe for me. I would feel such a shame, I would feel so bad about myself afterwards. And because of that, it's really hard for me to do such a thing. I mean, right now I was reading book, and uh, actually it appeared not that hard, but just 2 days ago I was watching another episode with uh, visual effects, with music, with uh, everything else. And it was really that hard for me to watch such a cringe scene that I was just literally closing my eyes, and I wanted to just skip this part of the video because it's kind of so awkward. Uh, but anyway, um, so let's move on here. And after a long pause, Camila finally said, "Well, I cannot marry you because you live in California. I have to take care of my granny. It's not a problem. I can move to your place or somewhere nearby. I always like to east," uh, said Richard. And Camila took another moment to fight more strengths to not shout at him, yell at him, to not cover him in all kinds of meeting of F words, F bombs, and etc. Uh, it was hard for her, but she told that, well, I should not do that. She told that she should not do that. Uh, alas, alas, it was uh, she told that she had to take care of her granny, that she had no friends, she had no real personal life. It's not possible. It was not possible. But Richard was persistent. He thought, it's fine, we'll figure it out. Everything's possible. I love you. I'll do anything for you. I'll help you take care of your granny. Camila was trying to find a reason again and again, and finally, Richard, he already knew there was no chance, but he told that, well, I can follow my niece, kiss your toys or whatever, and he was waiting her to say, I can't because I don't love you. But then she told quite another thing. I cannot marry you, Richard, because I love Henry. But he's dead. Well, I love him anyway. I can't let him go. And after that, she looked away, and it was her goodbye kiss. This is it. So basically, her story is quite similar to quite popular between quite popular on the measurement of Greek stories, right? Story about one couple. I won't retell the story because, well, it will take some time. But the thing is, Camilla is being obsessed with her love still, and even when it's not possible, when Henry is dead, she still can't let him go, and uh, it's something that was forbidden with God, but she still is trying to deny this reality. And it's even more hard to read when you realize that maybe Henry liked her, but not the way how she did to him. He cared about her, but not that much. He cared about many other things way more than her. However, we still don't know what did he say to her. It's another question. Probably there's this question is the least. What did Henry told to Camilla back then? It's quite interesting, but I don't believe that author will ever tell us that. And by the way, I just was waiting Richard to go even more cringe and say that, well, I can be Henry, I love him too, I can also do something that Henry was that you loved Henry for. I can make a novel for you about how I like you. I'll pretend that I wrote this story about mother, but in reality, I'll devote 10% of the whole story to describe how beautiful you are, how graceful every moment of yours, how tragic our story of love is, even when you never paid any interest to me as a lover. That's exactly what he did, but he didn't tell her that. Um, and probably it was this part of the book. And he got back to California, but it was too hard for him to do this immediately, so he um, rented a car and was doing this gradually. Finally, the rain stopped, and he had to finally get out of this atmosphere of these memories about his last goodbye kiss with Camilla. This is it. So why it was so important for Francis to see his friends once again? I believe that before that, I just believe that Francis has very little purpose in his life. He got this money out of nowhere. He had no ambitions to find a job to develop in any way. He wanted to just be vermit to his family and live through this money. So, what was he living for? Maybe before that he had Julian who put this mask on him, who allowed him to become the person he wanted to be. But then Julian was out of their life. But he still had Henry who ruled him, who created purpose in his life because uh, he could give this uh, power, this control to Henry. He could just uh, subordinate to his uh, decisions, to the way how he saw this life, especially because Henry understood was understood Julian better than Francis, and Francis respected Julian as well. Uh, just remember how this whole situation with murder was. Francis didn't want that, but still he even traveling, staying there in the site, he was still part of that. He wanted to just go away. Many times he told to Richard that he just wanted to uh, fly away from this town, somewhere out of the board, and just live his peaceful life. But still, he was there for Henry because that's what Henry decided. But Henry died without explaining anything, and maybe it was another. He lost his someone who led his for quite a long time because Henry was the one who decided to make this ritual. Because there was Henry, he was obsessed with Julian ideas. All other ones were as well, but Henry was obsessed with it the most. And Camilla went with Henry probably because she loved him. I'm not sure. Did she love him back then? Probably, yes. Charles was part of this Greek group, and as well, he was following Camilla. He was trying to protect her. And Francis, uh, I believe that um, he just was influenced by Henry for a long time. And when Henry uh, died, uh, Francis just didn't know what to do. In all these years, he did not end college. He did not achieve anything, but he still had money. He still had some. Uh, he would just procrastinate and hope that he will find something interesting in his life somewhere after because he doesn't have to struggle right now. Uh, but then he lost his money, and he had no means of that, and he had no motivation to find a job, to find a way to uh, continue his life, because not because he couldn't work, right, but because he couldn't find a reason to work, to fight for something. And what I'm trying to say, once again, I told you this a few times, and I have read this idea in one book, and maybe I'm strongly influenced by that, but I don't. But it still inspires me some ideas like that one. So uh, it's it's way easier for a person to be motivated and inspired to find some spiritual strength through helping other people or ideas or doing something that doesn't help you directly. When we do something for other people, it's uh, inspires us way more. So uh, when he found that he could uh, be a friend to Richard, to Camilla, to help them in some way, it became a fine reason for him to continue his journey, right? And another interesting thing is that for some reason he didn't feel this way about his fiancée. What was his name? Her name?
Priscilla.
Priscilla. For some reason he didn't find her worthy of living for, right? I believe that she really needs him. She uh, cares about him. She doesn't want him to smoke. She probably she's rich because you know about this whole marriage scene. So and there is a good reason why no one wants to marry her. But so does Francis. He doesn't want that, and probably because he just doesn't respect her. It's uh, of course you can live for other people, but in most cases it's really essential to respect these people, to find meaning in their existence, about their values, about their own reasons of living, of existing. And only thanks to Camila and Richard he was able to bear this burden of bear this burden of living with her name. Okay, with this girl who kills all the vibe, who kills all the conversation.
Priscilla.
With Priscilla, this is it. What I wanted to say about the suicide of Francis and Henry. What is the difference? If you notice, I mean, I believe you noticed, um, Henry's suicide was quite a show. Of course, there was a need for that because of the context of events. Because, well, Henry didn't want to just end his life, he wanted to save other people. But I still believe that it was really necessary for him to make the show. He told something to Camila just to make sure that she won't forget about him. She he just was doing all this show in front of Charles to prove that he doesn't fear him, that he was ready to die, and he was really obsessed with making this picture of him being in the lead. I remembered one another scene, interesting scenes that I read while I was visiting Donetsk, paying a visit to Donetsk. I read one book and there was interesting idea on this topic. So, but before that, let's talk about Francis. And Francis, at the same time, he uh, got a number in the in the hotel. He closed himself there in a tub. He filled it with water, used razor to let his blood go. So basically, he was alone. He didn't care if somebody see him or not. And as well, his death was slow, and he just was afraid to feel pain. And it's so different compared to Henry, who in such a uh, beauty, it's such a terror, uh, immediately killed himself in front of so many people, and Francis, who was all alone, dying in a slow death, just as if giving himself another chance to rethink his decision. Uh, I just believe that it reflects his whole his whole feeling at this point. He felt himself alone. He did not contact any people for many years. I mean, maybe he did, but not that much. He had no friends. He was not able to open to anyone about this secret history, and he was left by his uncle. Uncle who just wanted him to wanted his grandfather just wanted to take some benefits from him. So probably he felt that nobody cared about him, and that's why he wasn't trying to make a show out of it. But then when he found out that Richard and Camilla do care, it was way easier for him to leave. So this passage that I have read from one book told a story about Buddhist monks who there were some such monks that fired themselves alive to gain attention about some problem. If you know, in Buddhism, it is forbidden to kill yourself. By doing that, your junks, you junk your afterlife. You can't kill yourself, okay? Because Buddhism says that life here on earth is ordeal that you have to undertake, and only if you will be able to do that in the right mindset, only then you will close this cycle of reborn. And there were some hard times during which Buddhist people were chased by people with power, and a lot of people just that were not religious didn't know about the situation, and to gain attention, some monks decided to sacrifice their bodies by burning themselves alive. And there was debate about that. Was it okay from the point of view of religion? Because, well, in some sense, literally, it's self-killing, right? But there was this opinion that told that they did not kill themselves because they didn't want to live. They did not throw their lives away. They wanted to live, and they felt themselves as part of this world, as just piece of the whole. They believe that we are all the part of the whole world, and they just were so devoted to their religion, and they had so much love to people around them that they were able to sacrifice their bodies, not throw away their life, but sacrificing their bodies for the great purpose, and they were ready to go through this painful process of being process of dying in vain, dying so painfully and for such a long time. So what was I trying to say is that okay, just a bit forgot what I was trying to say. Henry sacrificed himself. Okay. I guess I need some time. Okay, The Secret History, page number 527. Marin got married to Bunny's brother. It's kind of strange that she was able to replace him that easily with his own brother, but whatever. And for some reason, she found their family. She liked their family, even when they, in my opinion, are not sane people nor not healthy ones when it comes to their upbringing and other stuff. But whatever, it's her decision. Uh, they had a baby, a girl. It was a surprising news because it was the first time for many generation when a girl, a female child was born into uh, Bunny's family. And everyone liked her, especially Mr. Corcoran. They called her Bunny for some reason. Richard doesn't know exactly why, but it's kind of funny to name your child after your ex-boyfriend. That's okay, whatever. Um, Sophie hurted her leg and it was damaging for her career, but she got better and uh, she got a big role in some new piece. And they meet every now and then. She she asked Richard to go out with her so she could talk about some problems in her life, uh, especially about problems with her boyfriend. It's kind of a strange thing to do when you're in relationship with someone and you're uh, dating with your going out. Okay, going out with your ex is kind of weird, especially weird that she finds some closure in Richard, that she feels free to share her worries, her problems with Richard. Maybe it is because Richard is. Maybe because she feels that Richard has a lot of secrets of his own, and all her problems are not that uh, big to him that he would uh, blame her for that, for her mistakes or something like that, because his own ones some are so much bigger. But probably it's just more serious. There is not no enough information to give to um, make up something about that. I mean, there are enough, but we don't have enough information to um, get any proofs for that opinion. And what else did I skip? Oh, about Julian. So Julian, Richard heard about nothing about Julian, but he found out that actually Francis contacted Julian a few days before Barney's funeral, and um, Julian was nice to Francis, but uh, he didn't really want to talk with him. A year ago, from modern time, Francis called to Richard and shared some rumor with him. The rumor was about Julian working for some prince who was 8 years old. Richard was wondering how it would turn out to be if there was a person who was raised by Julian from 8 year old, and what kind of person would Richard be in these circumstances. And by the way, out of this conversation, we can for sure say that Richard still has a lot of respect for Julian, and he still wouldn't mind to um, let him shape let him shape himself. Let Julian shape him into something that Richard would be able to love. And to say from me, I just don't think that it will turn out to be good, because as we were talking about, uh, Julian is a kind of guy who not that much of a smart person, but the one who is obsessed with being with his uh, with how he looks from outside. He creates this mask. He's always lying. He's not. He never been. He never shows his uh, real feelings, emotions, and etc. And because of that, I just believe that it will influence child in a bad way. But everything's possible. We don't know that. Everything we know that, well, whatever happened happened, and other things just did not happen and will never happen again. Will never happen in reality. So it just doesn't matter. And that's it. Once again, I experienced this dream of Richard, and I don't really have some um, shape for my series and my decision about this whole plot point, but I do have some interesting ideas, or at least the ones that I consider to be interesting. At first, I thought that it was about uh, Richard's memory. Um, Richard, I would say, quite a miserable person, especially in his um, younger age before he met uh, his Greek club. So maybe uh, it's his life. All these ruins is his memories about the rest of his life, and this temple with modern technologies are his house of memories that he built uh, thanks to this whole experiences. But then and I kind of took this idea from one song that I heard a lot of time ago. There is such a song. I will send it to you. A house of memories. It's a song about the memories that two people have built together, and one it's kind of love song, and one person ask another to uh, give him a place in their place of memories, in her place of memories, house of memories, and all of that stuff. But this series kind of doesn't work because there is no other characters. There's no friends. It's Charles, Bonnie, and Camila, and there's only Gander. So it's obviously more connected um, with people who have died. It's connected with um the world outside of the world of living ones, and Richard was able to visit this place only because of his near death condition. And obviously it's as well about just his experiences and his uh, thoughts about Genry. With the same logic, we can't really say that Henry is not okay with his decision, or that he regrets what he have done. No, that's how Richard decided to do that. May I I believe that Henry probably proud about his decision, would be if he would be alive, but he isn't. And that's how Richard took that. He decided that Henry, after his death, won't be uh, happy. But that's not necessarily true. So, another theory of mine is about I don't know how to connect these two types of cities, but I I found it interesting that there were a lot of people who was paying attention to this projector, and this projector mostly showed different religions, different temples, pyramids, etc., churches. So basically, it's as if these people who are looking at these projectors are waiting for their religion, and uh, it's as if it doesn't matter what religion you was. It the only thing that matters is that you are what you believed in. If you believed in Christianity, well, that's what you are. If you believed in some different things, that's what you are. That's what uh, gives a light. That's what lights your face. That's what puts this. Uh, you talked about this whole uh, lightning stuff. So maybe it's somehow connected with their beliefs. That's what shapes their faces. Um, and my theory is that maybe Henry, when Henry talked about his passport, he uh, was not talking about being able to do something as a live person, but it is about just his weird beliefs. It's quite a rare ones, right? So it was hard for him to wait for his uh, religion, for his mindset to show up on this machine, because by the time Henry disappeared, everyone else did that as well. So basically, Henry was maybe he was waiting just for the right opportunity when this machine will show him uh, some things that he believed in. And so it happened, and because of that, he went away uh, somewhere. Or, and as well, another interesting detail is about Julian words. Julian told that what are uh, the dead ones other than stars that shining, dark stars that are shining at us uh, from the above. And it's kind of interesting that Julian talked about light from above, and in this dream we have seen the light from beneath. It is as if uh, it is connected. We are connected, the dead ones and live ones, because we are affected by people even when they are dead. They are still alive in our memories and in some impact that they put upon our lives. And in this sense, they are alive. But at the same time, we as living ones have responsibility for uh, giving this uh, memory to create a story, to tell this story to other people, to continue this uh, continue other person's life by sharing his story, by affecting other people with it, or maybe by just not it's not necessarily about telling his story, but just doing whatever you feel right to do, and you're still influenced. And by doing this, we affect people from the other world. So living ones are shining to the dead ones from beneath, and dead ones are affecting us from above. Nah, I mean, sounds kind of weird, but I just need more time to think about that. Once again, we heard the very beginning of the book, and um it gave me quite a different experience than at the first. time, because right now I clearly see that this part of the book works as quite a good way to uh, catch the reader, to make him uh, spend and wait for such a huge to invest such a huge amount of time and efforts to read about I'm not sure how many pages, like 250 or 300 pages before it will um, bloom, right? I mean, I have rarely. It's quite a rare situation when you can. Uh, I mean, not probably not rare, but it's not common. It's not something that uh, most author do because making people wait for such a long time is quite unexpected. It's mm, quite a dangerous game. And I'm not trying to say that the first half of the book is boring because there is no bear mothers or something like that. No, it's because a person who bought this book is waiting for some action. He has some expectation, right? He uh, came here to see some blood and some terrific beauty, right? And it will take a lot of time and pages for reader to go through before he will be able to enjoy the core of the story, not huge events like murders or some suicidal scenes, no, but just common scenes, characters, their motivation, backstory, and all of that stuff. And of course, I'm talking from my own experience because, well, maybe native speaker people had different ones. Maybe for some people, it was easy to uh, be able to respect the time that author gives us to spend with this character. But for me, it was hard at first. And as well, uh, I don't think that the beginning worked well for me because of the two reasons. The first one was that um, I skipped it, um, and I did not read that. We skipped this part. And for second, it was because it was confusing for me. It's always hard for me to remember names, and without knowing these characters, it just was confusing and hard for me to get. So it did not do its job as a cliffhanger or something like that, but probably it should have done this for some people because, well, there are a huge promise about huge event, helicopters, FBI, whole school with this whole school situation, and well, probably it would work. And at the end, Richard told us that after that he was not able to tell any other stories than this one. Because maybe he was able to tell some, right? He was living somehow, but the meaning behind these words is that whatever he was doing it for this story. He was doing it because of this experience, and he was using his new experience to be able to understand what happened back then. So basically, this book, That Secret History, is literally what the story told. It's not a story of some pathetic mother or some uh, story about redemption, about his felt of guilt. No, it's a story that he was not able to share with anyone, not because of the criminal um, kind of um criminal punishments, but because nobody will understand, because it's the story only for them. It will take way too much effort for someone to understand them. They are just not able to do that. And uh, probably that's it. I mean, I sure have more ideas, but it's hard for me to uh, formulate all this clearly right now. Okay, so we have heard uh, the part of the book up to 32 minutes and 5 seconds, and actually I'm feeling like I'm not sure how efficient this time that we spending, because there is not really that much to talk about. We obviously will not retell the events, but still I'm listening to English speech, so I don't I wouldn't call it like useless or junk time or something like that, because we still I still train my ability to uh, absorb English speech, to understand it. But it's in the same way, it's easier for me right now because I have already read this book and obviously I know what they talk about. But at the same time, I still need to um, think about this whole events from different perspective, and hear more carefully, with more attention to all these details. And I'm not sure in which way, but I think it will be important not only for this from perspective of a literature and some um, some takeaways from this book, but as well for learning English, even for learning English, and for my interest towards this process. But anyway, let's move on. So Richard got to this Hampden school and he liked everything, but very important detail he told at first. At first, I was satisfied with everything, all these uh, trees cracking with apples and students, beautiful girls, etc., etc., etc. But it's really important that he told at first, because you know it is good from perspective of his past life, but when he was talking about how horrible his past life was, it was not it was not as simple as terrible life conditions. It was about uh, something that was not interesting, something that was um, straight, without any emotional surprises. And if he'd be staying in Hampden as a regular student, all these precious details will lost its value to him, or at least that's what I believe, because he will still be he still will be uh, a common person, a common student, nothing special, and uh, nothing that can be valued as a great show. And that's why he decided to shake his life at some point. In, uh, Probably happened after like 2 weeks, or he told something like that. And he understood that the more time he spent there, the less excitement he gets from that, because it becomes a normal scene for him. So he decided to uh, do some changes, to do some uh, important choice, to just uh, do something unusual, even at this point, to change his education priorities. And when he heard about Julian, that's what interested him. All these details, how weird this teacher was, how he was giving his money to that, and how he didn't talk to anyone. It's all only warmed up his interest. So he spent some time looking for Julian, and actually, I kind of like that moment, because it's easier for me to associate myself with Richard because of this whole getting lost situation. He feels more human to me because it felt more human for me because of that. And I actually and so Julian is a small old man with white hair, white face, and blue eyes, or at least that's what I remembered. And mm, I also find it interesting that he was able to be so calm, and um, he was as calm and as polite as he was even when he talked to Francis after Bonnie's death on the telephone. And he was the same, right there, right here, and right there. After when Francis called to Julian a few days before Henry's funeral, and even there he was quite kind and polite. So I wonder what really happened. Why? What is the reasoning behind Julian's actions? Because right now it doesn't look to me like just a coward move. Because in such a short period of time, he was able to get back to his old self. This avatar that he uses to talk to all these people, even after everything that have happened. So it's really interesting, but right now I'm not able to answer this question. And as well, we see this whole he lies so easily in such a confidence that it's as if he himself doesn't know when when he tell truth and well he lies. Is this whole words of his that I can't even think of a better uh, result than this, better outcome that you say. Okay, I don't remember his exact word, but when he was talking extremely polite and extremely as if he himself was in tragedy that he was not able to teach this student, even when clearly it was not true. But whatever, let's stop here. Richard decided to get some money to show off after his meeting with uh, the Greek club, and he even told that he needed 10 or 20 bucks, like right now, in any way possible. He needed it for his dear life or something like that. And he actually, I believe he didn't tell us the reason, So probably he really was going to just spend it on some clothes or taxi or something like that. So he didn't. So he had in his mind this need of feeling himself a bit special was so crucial that he, in his own mind, in his own book, was written that it was uh, an extreme need. So he, uh, it's interesting that Roland uh, told that he had a rule, a strong rule, that he never gives anyone uh, money in advance. He doesn't trust people on this question, but when it comes to car, he melted so easily. So notice this scene. He lacks trust to people. He is not able to trust them uh, enough to give them uh, money in advance, but at the same time he easily melted after the mention of his favorite topic. So basically, it's easy to say that he is really bad when it comes to connections with people. It's hard for him to trust people, and as well, it's he doesn't have a lot of people to communicate with. But at the same time, he catches any opportunity to find a like-minded person. It's a bit similar to Richard, but we have way too little information to uh, call them twins or something like that. They're just two miserable people, no more or less. Or at least at this point, because to be honest, when I was reading this book for the first time, I did not pay much attention to Dr. Roland. Anyway, Richard visited Julian. Julian, once again, was not opening his door entirely, just as another character from another book. Uh, but he invited him, and he was really glad to see Richard. He started talking with him. Okay, I probably should not retell it in such details, but the thing is, Julian does have an ability to manipulate people. He was able to easily reflect Richard, and probably he was doing this purposely. Uh, he was extracting information from him. It was not about does he lie or he doesn't, how much truth does he tell. It doesn't matter. What he was interested in was the right mindset he was looking for, the mindset of a person who fits to be learner of Greek, someone who is narrow-minded, someone who would, uh, you know, just lie to a person, get a lot of money from him, and just throw it away on some on some not necessary subject just to show off. That's the kind of person he looks for. Someone who hates himself and his past enough to make all these sweet lies. And actually, Richard was glad to talk to Julian. In most cases, people like this one, uh, I have met a few, but when I talk to someone like that, and or when someone other talks, it's almost always an impression of someone who is so uncomfortable to talk with, someone who extracts information from you against your will, and uh, but in this case it was a great pleasure for Richard. So Julian is on the level of his own. He not only he was able to understand to read Richard, but as well he was able to make him glad that he was doing that, which is that Julian was doing that, which is a great skill. And I honestly don't know how it happened that Julian was not able to predict what happened with Barney. Or was he? Because actually, we didn't learn how much from that have Julian anticipated. But he could easily extract information out of Richard, especially at that dinner that they had together. But for some reason, Julian decided to not to do that, even when Richard was clearly hiding something. So Julian is quite a mysterious character in this book, and I know that's the intention of author, but I kind of want to open this box and uh, understand what he was doing this whole book. But okay, we'll try to do that, I think. And probably this, I mean, there was also this tantrum of Richard, but once again, for him, it was really essential to be special, to get rid of this boredom of this common life. And well, actually, he succeeded in doing so. I mean, in a great way. One could not anticipate that he will get such a huge success in terms of avoiding a normal life. Probably this is it. And by the way, it was a passage up to 1 hour and 8 minutes. So here we are at the um, lesson of Julian, first part of the book, 133. And the question Aldea raised up was, if Julian was the one to intentionally seduce them to have this ritual, after listening to this passage, I have no doubts about that because, well, he was quite. I mean, he talks like a person who knows what he talks about, right? He talks like a person who had such experience and who is kind enough to inspire his dear pupils to take part, to step on another level, to take off their mortal selves, their this pathetic part, this semi part of their personality. And there was a lot of actually interesting moments when Henry had an idea to invade this Hampden. He raised his plan, and Julian actually was glad to see that. Good boy, he thinks in the right direction, right? Um, Something so passionate and so uh, in such inspired way, to tell something in such an inspired way is really uh, hard if you're lying, if it's not something that you experienced. And talking about the topic of why does Julian do whatever he's doing, what is his play is, I can easily answer. Is it plain? It's the most, as he told himself, our lessons are, I don't remember the quote, don't quote me on that, okay? But it's a play. It's most delightful and thrilling play that you can imagine. It's not work. He enjoyed this himself. He enjoyed sharing experience. He wants to see young blood going after him and trying maybe even something that he did not experience or experienced just a few times. and uh, maybe that's. Then let's be clear. Let's be honest. Uh, every person need to do something in his life and needs some reason to live, right? And if Julian is so like that he's so obsessed with this idea of losing himself to go into back to his animal nature self, I don't really think you can do this every day. I don't really think that uh, the whole joy of whatever he's talking about is that you need to be civilized person with his your principles, with something to stand for, with honor, with self-sacrifice, and boil this, put on this mask, and then one day you can be devoured by this devil, by this god, and through and be spitted back in your new self. So he just enjoyed it, okay, in a simple way to say that he just enjoys his lessons, he enjoys sharing his experience. But to be honest, he probably was uh, kind of um, um, not glad to hear the kind of answers they gave him at first. I want to live forever. What is that? What kind of use you can do by just living? What kind of beautiful desire this is? And just by what these small details, he in all ways tried to say that that direction you need to go to, you know, there are, you know, all this the true civilized people, the true culture ones, clever ones, they are all have these principles, and no civilized person can be that for long without these rituals. They are so good, they are so smart, so special, and you cannot find uh, these qualities in any modern person, these pathetic ones. We are not like that, right? uh, and I mean, probably that's it uh, for this lesson. First part of the audiobook up to 2 hours. So Bunny invited Richard to that fancy restaurant. Richard got um, some suit from Judy Bowie, a nice one. And when he met um, Bunny made a compliment to that suit. Richard, for some reason, decided to say that it was from his uh, grandfather, when it clearly was not true. He got his suit just a few hours before or something like that, and I don't think that it's the kind of uh, speech that will help you look more rich, because you could just say, well, I don't remember or something like that. But now you say that, oh, it's such a precious scene that we were given it through generations. Well, it kind of portrays you as someone not that wealthy. Anyways, they got to restaurant, and waiter Henry introduced us the member of their family, and he was talking about his brother, all this stuff. But to be honest, I don't remember their names, the names of his brother, and probably I should not retell that much. But the thing that I was interested in actually is Bunny's behavior in this case about this waiter situation. The problem was that waiter thought that they would not be able to close the bill, and he was kind of true. He was kind of um, correct about that. And Richard was freaking out about that, about this behavior of that waiter. But Bunny was not. He did not care. And honestly, I don't think that it was about him having some kind of mindset, or that he didn't care about the opinion of people around him. I believe that it's another appearance of his ability to blind his eye on some parts of reality, of the way how other people treat, and what do they think about Bunny himself. I think it's some kind of uh, protective mechanisms that he uses just to ensure himself that everyone loves him, his parents loves him, that people around him feel good about him, that they are not trying to kill him, that they are not trying to throw him out and bury him alive or something like that. He just needs that to feel more protective, to feel part of society, because um, his parents taught him to live by the way of a vermit, as someone who abuses kindness of people around him, and obviously they would not feel good about that, and he just needs to be able to close his eyes on some parts of reality. And right there, he was without any attempts, he just was able to ignore this waiter, even when he clearly was acting uh, unkindly to them. But Bunny was ensuring himself that he is a VIP guest here, and that they respect his family and all that stuff. It's really important to him, and he knows how to trick himself. Anyway, as well, uh, we experienced some of Bunny's tools, how easily he was able to annoy Richard with his questions. For example, when he told, have you been there? Oh, you haven't. How could that happen? It sounded like a perfect place to go with your father. Or when he told us, oh, you probably got used to with this stuff in California. So I don't remember what exactly he was talking about, but the thing was that he not only he was pointing Richard's attention at the direction of things that Richard didn't have, and that he wanted, but as well he made was making it sound like it was a normal stuff, as if it is something that goes without saying. Oh, of course he was there, right? You're from California. You're the part of this fancy life, of this special life. Of course he was there, 400 miles from your home. Of course you was in this car, in this country. Of course he was there. So just by talking about this so casually, it made his words even more painful for Richard. And as well, we heard a bit of backstory about Henry. Uh, Barney believed that Henry was a part of some car crash, and um, that because of this he almost died and all of that stuff. But actually, LD has different opinion, and I a bit I do think in the same direction probably. She believes that Henry could lie about this car crash because he doesn't say much about that, and he as well don't talk about he doesn't talk about his father. So there is something more to it. Maybe it was not a car crash, maybe it was some fighting, or maybe he has some backstory. Why is he so secretive? Why he is trying to um, hide information about himself? Why he is so scared of revealing himself to some people around him? Why he doesn't want to talk about his father or his backstory? So maybe he has something to hide about his life even before all these events with Farmer and Bonnie. But we really have a lot to think about there, but I just believe that we don't have any, uh, or I don't remember at this point about any clues what exactly he what exactly he could hide. Uh, wait a second. Okay, okay.
Это он не понял, думал, ты там хвалишься. Я говорю, Миша, мы тут. И тишина в ответ. Я поняла, что это Хантер бутылкой играет.
Okay. Um, After that, we heard a little story of Richard about his relationship, after which uh, he had to spend a lot of time to free himself from fears about that relationship. And what pushed him away the most was not the fact how often they were arguing with each other, how he mistook this girl as for someone interesting and special. The fact, or maybe the second was actually one of the main reasons, but there is more to it. So what pushed him the most was at first that she was not as special as she looked. She was quite common, and the second was not the fact of their fighting, but it was about how boring their fighting was, how common and casual the topics of their fighting were. It was the thing that pushed him away the most. He it was not about quiet, peaceful life or happy life. It was about interesting life, about something that is special, something that is unusual, some unusual girl who has complex character. But she didn't, and that's what broke his trust, I guess. And probably, and as well, he asked about Henry, about Francis, and their sexual orientation. And it's interesting that Bonnie did not, at that point, he did not believe that Francis could be gay. He was 100% sure that it was not the case. And later on, we will find out that it was actually not true. Or maybe it was at that point, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is it for this part of the book.